the coupling that I typically like to see is when the man is a spender and when the woman is a saver. Because I think that typically, not all the time, but that typically works for the dynamic of the relationship where, as a woman, I never want to be in a situation where, a man is telling me, I'm not doing this and I'm not doing that and da 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 da. But I love it when he says, I want to spoil you. And I'm like, okay, great, but let's let's think about this. So now I get to appreciate the gesture and the effort, and I get to be the helper that says, okay, but what else could we be doing with this money? I'm not gonna make no friends with this one
It's all good. We'll use it as a
because I don't know how we got to this place where everything has to be bought. Your hair has to be bought. The eyelashes have to be bought. The nails have to be bought. These are things that literally grow out of your body. But that's not good enough. The version that we're born with isn't good enough. And if we're being honest with ourselves, we can see the ways that is detrimental to our mental health. We can see the ways that it could be detrimental to future generations of women and young girls and boys. We can see how it could be detrimental. We can see how people are using our insecurities to profit. But there's something about being stuck in a cycle. It's that cognitive dissonance that will have you defend your right to be insecure.
What's up, Bravehearts community? This is Sean Heineman, your premier pre-engagement coach, back with another segment of It's Scary to Remarry, wanting you to love fearlessly. We are having the conversation about money, right? I know a lot of people don't like talking about this, but I brought on one of my favorite finance coaches. One day I was on YouTube and I stumbled across her video. It just popped up on my timeline. And from that day forward, I was hooked. Uh, love the content. So this is a big one for me. I know you are in for a treat as well. Today, she helps working professionals finally crack the code to six-figure wealth. I love that. Brave Arts community, let's show some love to Tasha K. How are you doing this evening?
I am doing wonderful. Thank you so much for having me. I love the work that you're doing. I gotta say that. So it is especially heartening. And so I'm really excited to be here.
Oh, for sure. Yes, we're going to discuss finances and some of these videos that you did. I was looking at some of these topics. I was like, she went there. I even did a
I
reaction.
always say that.
Yeah, and we have to talk about these things. There was a we're gonna jump into it, but I did a reaction video to it. And of course, people gonna be people, and I want some of the Brave Hearts community and those who are watching and listening, leave a comment below. Would love to hear what you have to say on this topic dealing with money. First of all, I want to jump into this because I want to honor your time. What was your childhood like, and what made you become a finance coach?
I grew up on the south side of Chicago. So I feel like that should say a lot. Like that kind of sets a certain type of stage. I'm from the Wild Hunnets. If you know, you know. And I grew up in a very poor community, one of the poorest counties in the United States on the south side of Chicago in the hood, and I had a ball. People act like the hood is like, the worst thing ever, but there are so many positives and benefits of growing up in the hood. You walk outside, your best friends are there, your cousins are there, family is all around. You can walk into your neighbor's house, like that's your auntie. You go to your friend's house, that's your second mom. Like the community is untouched. However, I definitely experienced poverty. And so from a very young age, I decided that there were two things that I needed to focus on. This is when I was 5. I was like, you know what? It seems like education is important for me to be able to have more freedom in the future. That's when I was 5. When I was 10, I was like, I think I'm gonna need some money too. And that at 10 years old, that is when I started creating financial systems. So when I look at the things that helped me to get to where I am today, it was absolutely reading, having mentors, and just really being focused and taking accountability, even as a young person, for my own destiny.
Wow. You took accountability as a kid.
I did.
Because, by today's standards, that's almost like a curse word. You talk about accountability.
And I remember the day. I remember the day I decided to take accountability. I was in preschool.
Mhm.
And my mom was picking up my report card. She had came, it was report card pickup day, and I was so excited because I've always been an overachiever. I'm like, she about to look at these A's. And my teacher pulled her to the side and she was like, excuse me, Miss Marshall, can I talk to you for a second? And I heard the teacher telling my mom that I had too many absences and that if I continued that I was gonna fall behind. And I was just like, oh no, not on my watch. Like Tasha's not falling behind. Behind is a word that doesn't relate to me. And so I was like, I guess I'll have to make sure I start getting to school every day. And I could have been like, well, it's my mom's responsibility. She has to do this, she has to do that. But I'm like, if she don't, who's gonna suffer? Me. And that was the day I decided to be accountable for myself.
Wow. You said that as a kid. There's most adults that that can't say that today.
It really do be like that today, don't it?
Oh my God, that's amazing. Okay, well, we're gonna jump into this. I wanted to talk about the video you did, The Dark Side of Black Girl Luxury.
Okay.
What inspired you to discuss that topic?
Black women are overworked, underpaid, and often underappreciated. And what I see is that we prop up every major industry. When I look at what happened in the natural hair community, where Black women were going on YouTube and starting this huge movement, and then what happened was these big companies came and co opted, took their formulas, took their ideas, and started making money off of it. I really started to get sickened by how people profit from our ideas and from our consumerism. And I'm like, what's not clicking? Like something isn't clicking. And we're bastardizing this idea of luxury and bastardizing this idea of a soft life, and then allowing people who would oppress us to use it against us. And I wasn't okay with that. And that's what prompted me. And also, I see people going to war over this on social media. And I was like, okay, let me talk about this with some nuance and grace and understanding.
Yes, for sure. Because there were some things that you said. You said comfort, convenience, and authenticity. Black women looking for rest, relaxation, and ease, which is uh, looking from the title, you would imagine like, uh-oh, the dark side of black girl luxury. But when you take a different perspective on it with that, I was like, oh, that's really good. Like you said, overworked. I mean, I only can imagine because even with my wife, like we have three kids here, and two of them have autism, and I mean, we just trying to make it work. She working, I'm working. She got doctor's appointments set up and all these other things. We got to clean the house, mop the floors, and so there's so much that go into it with taking care of kids, and like you said, overwork. So I'm glad you took that approach. There was a quote that you said, "The way Black women spend their money determines the rise and fall of entire industries." Can you talk about that a little bit?
Black women and Black people in general, like we buy stuff. We buying lotion, we're buying hair care products, we're buying cleaning products. A lot of people don't. So they have entire departments around what are Black women spending their money on. They
Mhm.
have entire reports around what are Black women spending their money on. And they are co opting Black women ways of being, the ways that Black women talk, just co-opting it as a marketing opportunity to market to Black women and get more of their money. And I thought it was important to look at both sides of the spectrum here because when we talk about Black girl luxury, we have to talk about the fact that Black women deserve luxury, or that Black women deserve to experience the things that they choose to experience. But then the other part of the conversation has to be, in what ways is it to our benefit or to our detriment? Because it's not as if these things are beneficial or detrimental in and of themselves,
Mm,
but it's more about how are these things being weaponized against our bank accounts, the things that we have already worked so hard to build up. Black women especially, we've worked hard to have the education and have the debt to prove it.
mm,
Right. And then now we're going, they've already gotten us on this side of things where we already spent a lot on the education that is not paying us the dividends that we expected it to. But we've already worked so hard, and now we have this sense that we deserve to be able to enjoy our lives. And we're in this soft season that's costing us a lot of money. And I want people to know that when it comes to luxury, who gets to define that? And I want us to reclaim our ability to define it for ourselves instead of allowing others to do it for us.
mm. Yeah, because when I think of luxury, I'm thinking just the first thing, just unconsciously, I'm thinking uh the trip to Aruba, or the expensive car, or the super big house and there's only one person living in it. That's what I'm thinking luxury. I'm thinking the purse and the shoes, and even with men too, because I know you pointed out too. You said about, this is just not a woman's thing, but but men too, with the Jordans and stuff like that. Because men, and I've been guilty of it, right?
Got their shoe collection,
Shoe collection,
their
ridiculous.
cologne collection.
Cologne, yeah, I'm guilty. I got all of it, right? So I know what you're talking about. I get it totally. I wanted to. You have so much great content. You talked about the 7 Black American habits keeping you poor. I think I watched that video like 3 or 4 times. And I want to quickly kind of go over the 7. You don't have to go over them in detail, but I just kind of want to name them. You said not having a budget. You said
Uh-huh.
you said distrust financial institutions. I thought that was great. We don't talk about that, right? You talked about FOMO and YOLO and keeping up with the Joneses. I'm gonna put a pin right here. Did you see
Okay.
that? Did you see this movie called Keeping Up with the Joneses?
A
It
long
was,
time ago.
yeah, when they kind of like ran this test to kind of see if everybody would emulate what the neighbor brought into the neighborhood.
Actually, I don't think I did see that.
Okay, okay. Yeah, it's maybe probably came out in like 2005. It's an older movie,
I
but it's
have to put a note here to take a look at it.
yes. And it was basically an experiment to see if everyone else in the neighborhood would try to copy what this one company they bought this family to come in and have the nice car and all the latest stuff. And slowly but surely they started to change the neighborhood because everybody was seeing what this one couple was doing. So it was an experiment. Um, thought
And
it was
that's how it is for us. People don't know. A lot of these people that you see on YouTube that look like everyday people, they are, you think that Bobby, whatever her name is, girl, is an industry plant. It is the random people on YouTube that look like normal everyday people, or the people who are on TikTok. Their whole purpose is to get you to buy and to try to keep up with somebody else, but you thinking they just a normal regular person. No. And in the same way with that, companies used to have commercials and they're like, oh, social media is the new thing now, so now we're going to put our informants on social media and have them get your money that way.
yeah. Yeah, I had to talk to my daughter about that not too long ago. I was telling her about all these celebrities and stuff, that the stuff that they get for free, and here it is, you're trying to break your neck to look like, um, you fill in the blank. I'm not going to say any names, but and that was a shock to her. She was like, "Really?" I'm like, "Yeah." So
We really have to show our kids what's behind the veil. And also I know for me, my parents were just like, I'm like, oh, they had that come out of me quickly because they were just like, you're not here to be like everybody else. You're here
Mm,
to be like you. And if I was like, oh, can I get this? The question is, but why? Why do you want it? And if it's like because so and so has it, they're like, what that got to do with you? What does that have to do with what you want? And I'm so grateful that they did that to me because at the time it was like, my parents are punishing me. I've gotten good grades. How come I can't have this, that, and the other? But what it instilled in me is a huge sense of self. And now, when I'm looking at what are the things that I want, it has very little, not nothing, but
mm,
very little to do with what everybody else is doing. And I can kind of, move through the noise and do the things that really align with the desires of my heart and with who I really am.
that's good. Yeah, we have to teach our kids that because a lot of times, and I know I'm guilty of it, you always want your kids to have more than what you had, but then it's like at what cost, you know?
Mm-hmm. And what is more? They can have,
Mhm.
but more future options. Redefining. That's why we really have to start redefining a lot of these things. What does it mean to have more? Because we would be so much better off because there is so much richness available to us, but we're just looking in the wrong direction because that's where somebody dangled a carrot.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I once heard a man say, "You never know what you have until you go over your neighbor's house."
Okay, you never knew you needed that thing that you didn't really need and they never used.
Yeah, right. I wanted to continue on these seven because I kind of
Okay,
got
okay.
into rabbit trails. It's all good though. I love the conversation. You talked about financial ignorance. That's a huge one. Uh, grooming. Can we stick a pin there real quick? Can you talk about grooming, please? Just for a little bit.
So I'm not gonna make no friends with this one
It's all good. We'll use it as a thing.
because I don't know how we got to this place where everything has to be bought. Your hair has to be bought, the eyelashes have to be bought, the nails have to be bought. These are things that literally grow out of your body, but that's not good enough. The version that we're born with isn't good enough. And if we're being honest with ourselves, we can see the ways that is detrimental to our mental health. We can see the ways that it could be detrimental to future generations of women and young girls and boys. We can see how it could be detrimental. We can see how people are using our insecurities to profit. But there's something about being stuck in a cycle. It's that cognitive dissonance that will have you defend your right to be insecure, that will have you defend your right to be oppressed in a way. And you don't really want to deal with that because there's something very gratifying about being able to do that thing, being able to get your hair done, being able to get your nails done, you know, being able to do all of that. And then we say that it's self-care when where is the self? If it's self-care, you do your nails, do it yourself, like that's maintenance. So, and maintenance is fine, but don't pretend that it's self-care. When you're doing self-care, you are, there's some touching, there's some loving on yourself that's involved in that process. Like when you're doing skin to skin with yourself, there is some self-love that's happening in that process that doesn't happen when you're just sitting in a chair, disconnected from everything, not talking to the person who's doing your hair, kind of just on your phone. And a lot of times it feels like a chore. And people know it, but they don't want to say it. Going to get your nails, it feels like a chore. The one thing I do, like I have a beard and I'm going to get this. I'm getting my beard waxed. Like that's just gonna happen. Sometimes, not right now, my eyebrows are real bushy, but when I'm really like when I'm wanting to be cute, I go get my eyebrows done. So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that we can't do things to, make ourselves look better or enhance ourselves, but I'm just saying when you get to the place where it has to be done and you're willing to spend money that you don't have on it, And that's when I think that we should really start to reconsider how important those things are to us and why that is, and be honest about what could be underlying that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because yeah, I never knew like hair and nails was so expensive. I had no idea. And I was like, oh, okay, this is real.
People are spending hundreds of dollars on their nails, and you know, and it's not my thing. Like there are things that everybody has their thing.
Yeah.
So it's not a matter of, shaming people who want to get there, except lashes. I will shame you for that. I'm gonna shame you for your lashes. Like, okay. But I'm just joking. Like, everybody has their thing. But the question is, what is your bank account able to handle at this time? Just because it's something that we want to do doesn't mean that it's something that we're able to do. And it's certainly not something that we have to do and able to be in order to be our highest, most authentic versions of ourselves. And that's the part that I really want to drill down on.
Yes. And like you said, what does your bank account say? Most people bank accounts say natural, just be natural.
Oh, most people bank accounts are saying, please be natural. Please. Right.
Just
And
be
I
natural.
think I'm like, okay, but you have the assets are not there. Cause like when I have all the assets I want, there will be clues. And right now I don't have them. And there are clues. There you can see like the eyebrows are bushy today. Like, but also I was raised to love myself. I had a mom who was just, you know, she loved herself and men loved her, and she never gave me any indication that it was because of anything that she had to do to herself in order to love herself or in order to be desired by others. And so I just look around like, I mean, it is what it is, and you get what you get, and I love who I am, and you're going to either like it or leave it. That's just what it is.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, because there's nothing wrong. I mean, I just love natural beauty. I mean, makeup and hair and nails, I get it. I'm cool with that. But natural beauty is like undefeated.
I
You know?
hear men say that all the time, and I'm gonna challenge you on it because this is what I hear women say too.
Okay.
So men will be like, we love natural beauty, but then when we out, we don't really see the men going for the natural women. So what would you say to that?
Mm, yeah, this is a whole conversation. I don't want to get too off track, but I will say that when I met my wife, I met her on Instagram, right? So of course I've seen all the pictures and stuff, but just seeing her like natural, like just in the bed, you know, a bonnet on, you know what I'm saying? Just beautiful. Like if we go hang out and she don't have on any makeup, um, if we just hanging out, she got on some sweats and a t-shirt, I don't know, whatever. I like she's just naturally beautiful,
Mhm.
so and I think it varies from man to man because some men be capping, they talk that, and then you know, oh, she was looking busted and all sort of stuff. I'm like, no, if you like natural beauty, uh, that's what you like.
I feel you because I'm the same way. Like when I'm looking at people, I like to see them raw. Now, not beat down, broke down,
Right,
like, but
right.
just like, like how you look like a real person. And I really resonate and connect with that. And I don't know, like some people may need to hear that and to have that confidence in order to be their real, raw, authentic selves. And then some people are just like, I want to be made up. And if that's your thing, that's your thing. But what we're looking at is what is the bank account able to support right now?
Natural.
For me, for sure. And it's just my vibe.
Yeah. Oh no, hey, I would rather have some money saved in account than me looking fly and broke.
And that's my thing. I'd be like, I like my money. I'm like, y'all don't like money for real. Y'all don't really like money. Cause I don't like giving my money away. Cause you're absolutely right. Like part of the reason I have a natural buy because I like my money in the bank. That's part of the reason.
I know that's right. Yeah, that grooming piece, that's probably an episode that you could do. Uh that would
And
probably
have them come for me. And have them come for me.
I will. I'll send them your way. I'll be like, no, but I'm with you on that. And then the next one you said expensive habits. Ooh, that was crazy. I was like, wow. And you talked about the hookah and weed
I'm
and
guilty. Not a,
alcohol.
I be going out, a hookah is $50. In
Really?
Atlanta, you got a hookah that's $50.
Ooh.
So if you do that once a week, that's $200 a week. You get some drinks on top of that. And that's like, yeah. So depending on what your habits are, it'll run away with you before you realize it.
Wow. Yeah.
And then I also garden. So that's an expensive hobby. Buying all these seeds, buying the pots, buying all the different things that I need to be a gardener. Then I produce one little lettuce, like I harvested two green beans today. Like, okay, great.
I can't even feed my family with two green beans.
Can't even feed myself. For one person. Like, I'm just waiting for the rest of the green beans to come in.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's it. Oh, expensive habit. Because I know for me, I love me personally. I love like marketing, with running this YouTube and running this business, running the coaching. I will spend some money on marketing. And I think that's my thing. I'm just like, ooh, okay, this in the budget. Oh, I done probably went over on the budget a couple of times, or knowing I went over the budget a couple of times, just spending money on marketing and just so much stuff that go YouTube
But the
thumbnails
way
and
that you're talking about it is like, so if you're spending money on marketing, the way that you're talking about it does have it sound like a habit, but it should be like, okay, but what is the ROI from that? That's the conversation. That's the part that moves it out of I'm just toying around to okay, what is this investment actually doing for me?
that is very true. And that's a conversation, ooh, we can have offline.
Always something, always
Always.
direction to go in.
Oh yeah, for sure. And then you talked about giving money away.
Woo.
You said the black tax. Ooh. I was reading I think it was on in Forbes. It was either Forbes or Psychology Today. I can't remember off the top of my head. But they talked about how black people are the most responsible for their families when it comes to money. Like we will go broke, trying to make sure that we help our family to make sure that everybody's good. And I don't mind helping family, but I need you to help yourself too, because I can't go home just trying to help you. Um, so that was something else that I thought was really interesting as well. You have any thoughts on giving money away?
That one is very hard for Black people. Other races of people won't think twice about it. They are um a lot of other communities, they do have this intergenerationalness that is very different from how it is in Black families. Like they will literally be in one household. But in the Black community, it's not even specific to Black family, Black friends, Black church community, Black kids in the neighborhood. I remember when I was younger, we would all go have breakfast at one person's house in the neighborhood, and then we would all walk to school. Now I had breakfast at home, but a lot of people, if they didn't have breakfast, she's like, who needs to eat? You just raise your hand. We put sausages and eggs on the stove.
Yeah,
Who needs to eat? Don't none of them kids belong to her, you know?
yeah.
But so it's that type of giving. You go to church and the church needs something, the people in the church need something, they taking up an offering for something. Everybody coming up off their money. And this is very beneficial and necessary, but it's also like you said, but what are we doing to help ourselves? And the way that I think about it is, number one, it's a beautiful part of our culture where we're so willing to give. But the other side of that is we have to have some follow-ups in place. Like my thing is, okay, the first time you ask me for something, I'll give it to you. The second time I need to see your budget
Mm,
because I need to know how I'm going to make sure you don't come to me again because that's not going to work.
mhm.
That is not workable for me. Another thing I do, I have a family pot. Okay, this is how much money the family pot has in it. When some money is there, you can borrow it. You can pay it back if you can, don't pay it back if you can't. But when
Mm,
somebody else needs some money, you know, if I haven't had a chance to replenish the pot, it's either there or it's not. Period,
mm,
point blank. So that's that's kind of some things that I have in place to make sure that I'm able to give, but I'm
mm,
not giving to my detriment. And I just also want to make sure that we're honoring the Black community, because I think that's something that we don't talk about enough, which is, how giving we are. And that is very special, I think, to our communities.
yeah, I agree. We love hard, and we look after everybody.
Even when we don't love, my sister be asking me for money. I am not happy with her right now. Like, oh, can I have it? Girl, get this money and leave me alone.
I hear you. I hear you. This is one right here.
Uh,
You already know. And we have to talk about this.
do we?
Yes, yes, we do. Because I have you on the show and we got to talk about it. Having unprotected sex, making single mother households. A moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one is really, really tough because I heard a pastor once say that culture is okay with you doing whatever you want, just don't get caught. And and this is no shade to single moms. You do what you got to do. I get it. But when you think about that bottom line and being a single parent, and a lot of times single parents don't have help. And even if they do have help, everybody else got to jump in to make sure that you're good. And even a lot of us might not even have the resources and stuff like that to be able to cover that child that had a child, so that can drain the family financially as well, because here it is, the father, Lord knows what he's doing. And then she's stuck with this child. And we're not even talking about daycare. The prices on daycare is, I need to open up a daycare because they can charge whatever they want because they know you got to work. And then it's just this hand to job, you just giving away your money. And when you said that, I said, she went there. What are your thoughts on that? Because, yeah.
One thing about me, it's a lot of things about me, but one thing about me,
Mhm.
I'm going to tell the truth, whether anybody likes it or not. And I'm going to come from a place of love and caring, not from a place of judgments,
Yeah.
um, and being critical. I
Mhm.
might be critical, but it's going to come from a good place. I'm a Virgo. Of course, I'm critical, but it's always with love. And what I want to say about this is I don't think that we have been having very honest conversations about the impact. And I'm not gonna play with people. It's like if we're not ready for the conversation, I'm not about to have some long soliloquy about it, because we see people are dealing with the impact in their day-to-day lives. They don't need me to preach to them. I'm not gonna talk till I'm blue in the face
Mhm.
about something that people are dealing with every day in real life and understand. But what I will say is that we're not being honest about what the impact is to our ability to thrive. We cannot thrive if men continue to create single mothers, and if single mothers allow themselves to continue to become single moms. Now I get it, because there's a part of it that I get, I'll say, because there's nothing that you can do after a woman has had a baby to completely prevent her from being a mom, because you cannot make somebody stay there.
Mhm.
But there are some things that we could check off the list to make sure that we're doing our due diligence. And I often see that it comes to like down to some blame, like, well, Black men did this or Black women did this. And it's that word accountability that nobody wants to step in and take. And for me, I'm going to always say, I think that I'm a person who believes in radical responsibility, but I'm also a person who really believes in the power of men. And I think men should be the first to step up and take responsibility and accountability. And that has no bearing on the 100% accountability that women should have also in the equation for their bodies and their lives. So I would love to see us be able to have a honest conversation and look to see like what is missing, like the love between men and women, or the love between women who don't have their fathers present and then go out looking for that in other places, and the impact that it causes generationally.
Mhm, mhm.
I would love if we could just be honest about that and really communally start putting things in place to begin to combat that. Because until we do, we could be looking for help from every which way. We could be looking towards government institutions, towards reparations, towards all these things. But until we get right within ourselves, we still going to be, there's it's still going to be some things that are working to our detriment.
Yes, and I, I don't want to stay here long, but I just want to kind of talk about this for a second because I just did a Father's Day series, a daughter's perspective, and I interviewed four different women, and they talked about the impact of their father. And one lady, she said one reason she believed that men abandon their children is because they lack self-confidence. They're not secure enough in who they are. She said, I never met a confident man who abandoned his child.
Mm.
And I never thought of that. I was like, oh, that's true. So it just kind of made me see things a little different because, and no kudos to me, thanks be to God, right? But I could never see me. I never understood guys abandoning their child. I just can't see being away from my kids. It's just not in me. Like I don't know how I can wake up every morning and like know that my child is just I don't know. That's I don't know. Some guys probably cut from a different cloth. I don't know what they got going on, but I could never. I'm not that type. Um,
But those are the types of things, the lack of confidence or maybe emotional immaturity or whatever it is, right? We can say it is, it's not an excuse, but it's a reason. And we can start to look and like, okay, how do we deal with these things so that we can have less fatherless homes and have more, create more thriving environments and more wealth in our communities, because wealth is leaving our communities right with the fathers.
yep. Wow. Yeah, because you can make a lot of money, but if all your money's going out the window, I mean, you're no different than the person who's making, $20,000 less, a year than you are.
So there's no wealth but broken homes everywhere.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I'm very passionate about that. I don't know about men who don't want to be responsible. I get frustrated with that. Uh, that's something that's close to my heart. But okay, I want to be respectful of your time. But you talked about the seven money mistakes that can destroy your relationship. Now I don't, I'm gonna give you these seven, but I just want to know which one does the most damage to relationships.
Okay.
You said avoiding financial questions in the beginning. I love that. Fearing financial commitment and vulnerability, not planning as a unit, not combining bank accounts, not having separate accounts, not getting a prenup, thinking marriage is the silver bullet to finances. I was like, ooh, ooh, that was heavy. And don't get caught up in social media discussions. And I love how you break things down because hear me when I say this. It's like you you can easily, it's like checking somebody, but in the most loving way. I'm like, she just be checking folks, but it's like hug.
That's gonna love. That's why I tell you, like, I'm an auntie, but I'm not the nice auntie. And when you hear something from your auntie who really like is there for you and really
Yeah,
wants to see you do your best, like you gonna listen to your auntie.
that's true.
So that's kind of, it's like I'm so full of love, but I'm also full of correction.
Mm,
No, I'm not here to let you do what you want to do. If that's what you want to do, go to another channel. This is
mhm,
not the place. People come here because they are really ready for the truth, but they don't want nobody preaching to them. And that's what I'm bringing. Like, I just want to talk to you. And if you are ready to hear, then I'm here to talk and help you get on the path that you truly want to be on.
mhm, for sure. Which out of those seven, which ones you think does the most damage to
What
relationship?
would you say? Flip it back on you.
Okay, me personally,
Yes.
I would say avoiding financial questions in the beginning. And you came out the gate like that was the first one. And I was like, this is so true because and I love the way you broke it down. You broke it down in auntie fashion. Like, I'm going to give it to you, but you're going to listen to what I got to say. And you said it's, and I'm just paraphrasing, how we can give somebody access to our body. We can do all these things, very intimate things, but once it comes to money, everybody is like head in the clouds. And then by the time we get into the relationship or we get married or whatever, now all of a sudden finances is the problem, but we never had the discussion. And like you said, women don't want to come across as gold diggers. So when you talk about money, I know it can be a tight rope to walk, but I think that's probably the most challenging one because you're starting a relationship that way. And if you don't know though, if you don't know your spending habits, that can be the detriment to a marriage or a relationship.
Hmm. And especially with women, if they're anything like me, it's like after a certain point, it's just like, okay, we go together, but you haven't even found out vital information. It's like you want to find out that vital information before you kind of find yourself looking up like, that's my man. Because after that, it's too late.
Yep.
Like, yes, okay. And he can come tell you my spending habits are they suck. I'm the worst. He's like, it's okay, baby. We'll figure it out. Cause you now in love. Cause you didn't talk about this.
Yep. And he didn't
But
spend the rent money on the Jordans and everything. And but you love him though.
your brain gone at that point. You know, the love is blind at that point. That's why I say get it early before those feelings start getting their hooks in you. Men are not quite the same. I saw somebody, there was a conversation on social media about the man who met his fiance's family. He was like, yeah, they're too poor. I'm out of here. Men can
Wow.
be a little bit more logical in those situations. Sometimes they'll be like, yeah, this is not for me. And that is something that I definitely applaud you guys for.
Wow. Yeah, because you said something, I think you said in a Reddit post about maybe somebody bought an expensive truck or something, and the
Yeah.
lady refused to be with him. And I'm just thinking that is brilliant. We don't talk about that enough, right?
People don't be doing that. They be letting people do whatever they want to do and just be all in love. It's
Yeah.
like, no. And then after they get married, they be like, but I never knew he was gonna be this. Stop playing with me.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me it wasn't a single? Okay, so to get back on track, okay, I'm so glad that you said that one
Mhm.
because I probably would have had to say that one, but now I'm gonna say a different one, which
Okay.
is not planning as a unit.
Mhm.
This one, so the one that you mentioned, this is the one that like if we don't do that, if we don't have those conversations in the beginning, we are not creating a space for a healthy relationship, period. But if you actually have a healthy relationship, but you don't know how to manage your finances as a unit, you're crippling yourself from the perspective of building wealth. Having two incomes, even if it's not two incomes, being a unit, right? Where one person is the provider and one person is providing the money because everybody providing something. And
Yeah.
where one person is providing the money and then the other person is providing other areas, that is a unit that has to be maintained and managed in a certain way as well. So being mindful of what the income is looking like, what the outflows are looking like, how we're managing the accounts, and what the goals are as a family. And you can have your individual goals too, but the family is what takes precedent, right? This is now family incorporated. And you have to act accordingly if one of your goals is to build wealth. Now, if one of your goals is not to build wealth, it's going to show. You're going to have a lot of stuff and no money, no assets. So this is the one that I think, like, for those people who are doing well and they are in healthy relationships and they do have loving, committed families, but they're still not thriving and building wealth, this is typically the reason.
So can a spender and saver exist, or do they like, can they be opposite, or do they have to be of do they both have to be savers, or what is your opinion on that?
Okay, so spenders should be alone. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. The
There's some truth
answer
in that
though,
though.
right? The answer though is flexibility.
Okay.
If people are not my real response is that if people are not flexible, they should be alone. Right? If you are not able to be in flow inside of the relationship, it's not going to work. The coupling that I typically like to see is when the man is a spender and when the woman is a saver. Because I think that typically, not all the time, but that typically works for the dynamic of the relationship where, as a woman, I never want to be in a situation where, a man is telling me, I'm not doing this and I'm not doing that and da 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 da. But I love it when he says, I want to spoil you. And I'm like, okay, great, but let's let's think about this. So now I get to appreciate the gesture and the effort, and I get to be the helper that says, okay, but what else could we be doing with this money? I don't want my partner to come telling me, let's do, I know I said I was gonna do this and this for you, but I think we should do something else instead. Now I'm gonna be like,
Wow.
but when he says, I want to do let's do this, let's do that, I'm gonna spend this money, and then I can come and say, let's reel this in a little bit, let's be a little bit more responsible, let's plan the money like this, and then I can multiply whatever it is that you're bringing to me or whatever it is that we're bringing to our pot. I really like that dynamic. However, it doesn't matter if who is the spender and who is the saver if there is flexibility in the relationship, where you're able to hear each other and create a plan accordingly. And when you do that, my recommendation, this is why I think everybody needs to have a family account and everybody needs to have separate accounts. And you just make decisions about what to do with the money based on the goals, and then the spender can spend their money however they choose.
Wow, that's yeah, I'm gonna have to play that one back. That is so good because there is something about, and I'm not putting all the responsibility on women. I'm just saying, I do believe that the woman who is, and not saying that the man shouldn't be financially competent, they should, right?
Sure,
But
absolutely.
but I think with women, I think because women have so much influence, whether when it comes to buying a home, things that she like, things that she prefers. If you're trying to look out for your wife and stuff like that, you want her to have, nice things.
Right.
And for her to have that discipline and be like you said, what else could we be doing with this money? That's powerful.
It really is.
Mm.
And yeah, and like the lifestyle most of the time is going to be up to the woman
Yep.
most of the time.
Yep.
So if I'm looking at a house, it's like I'm going to decide how low we can go based on what I'm comfortable with.
Yeah.
And then your job is to oblige me. I'm just kidding, but I'm not.
Yeah, because I believe most men want their wife or their significant other. I believe that most men want their woman to be comfortable. They want her to have the things
Yep.
that she desire. Uh, but for her to have that discipline, what are some effective strategies for building generational wealth? Because we hear about it a lot, right? But what are some steps or some keys, practically, that we can do to create generational wealth?
I have so many ideas about this, and I appreciate you for asking me this question. Um, One of the first things I think that we can do is focus on financial stability instead of wealth.
Mm,
Focus on being stable. And I think that sometimes when we focus on goals that are so beyond us in the moment, it kind of lets us off the hook of doing what we need to do now because we have some pie in the sky dream about what we're working towards. But if you start working on financial stability right now, it will require something of you in terms of how you're making certain decisions.
mm,
So
mm,
that's number one.
mm,
Number two, going from thinking individually to thinking more communally, right? So, spending money with people who look like you or spending money with people who are in your local area
mm,
and thinking about people how do you spend money with people in your family? Like having money be passed around inside of your family, inside of your community, inside of your race, and then growing and expanding right from there, right? So I mean, making sure that you're spending money in a way that is in alignment with your values. So
mm,
if you are a person who, you're a person who is of wealth and prominence in your family, instead of, buying all these gifts and stuff, open up those custodial accounts.
mm,
Make sure that, people have the things that they need. So I'm a person where I don't buy a lot of gifts. Christmas could come, birthdays could come, Mother's Day could come, Father's Day could come. I don't buy gifts. But my nephews are coming to stay with me this week for the next 2 weeks. And when they come, I have a whole host of experiences that I want them to do and things that I want to teach them to make sure that I'm passing down a legacy, not a gift, but
mm,
legacy. So thinking about how I operate inside of my community. And, my brother has a business. Am I sharing it? Am I promoting it? Just like there are so many things that we could be doing to make sure that we are benefiting each other as a community. I have skills, my am I using them to make sure that my siblings know how to build wealth? Am I using them to make sure that my cousins know how to build wealth? If you're a marketer, right, or if you have a YouTube channel, is there somebody in your family, a cousin, an aunt, an uncle, somebody that you could help them build a YouTube channel, help them monetize their skills, monetize their resources? So I know I said a lot of things right there, but the crux of number two is just being community minded. And
mm,
that can be with your money or with your time and with your skills.
mm. Wow, that is good. Yeah, because you have so much good stuff. I just want to ask you all these questions because you talked about family, right?
Yeah.
And why is it that so many of us struggle with family supporting each other? Why does it seem like all your support come from strangers opposed to people that know you? Is it because they know you?
I always think about the story of Jesus where his family wasn't trying to receive him,
True.
and I'm like, that's where my mind goes,
Mhm.
right? But also, everybody isn't ready for what you're ready for. And a lot of times, the things that created you to be who you are the very things that created your family to be a different way, you know?
Mhm.
So things impact people so differently. So I'm a saver, but the things that made me a saver made my sister a spender.
Mm.
And so when I'm trying to talk to her about saving, she's not trying to hear. She's like, "Ma'am, can I please enjoy my life?" My parents told me, we grew up poor and now she's not poor anymore and she wants to be able to live her best life. I grew up poor. I'm not poor anymore. I don't ever want to be even thinking about poor again.
I hear you.
So I don't have no answer for you at all in any type of, substantial way, but that's just how the cookie crumbles. How about
Yeah.
that?
No, for sure. No, I appreciate it. It just seemed like that's always been a thing, you know?
And it's like you don't have to support me with your money. Is there somebody that you could send my way? Is there something that you could share? Can you invite me to come speak at your church?
Exactly. Yeah. Cause I even tell people, I'm like, look, you don't have to spend you don't have to spend money. You can go and leave a rating and review on Apple Podcasts for me. That would be great. For something simple as 5 minutes of your time. Um, Shameless plug, I guess. Um, Last question. How can someone build an emergency fund if they're living paycheck to paycheck? 'Cause
So
that's a lot of us.
I started building my emergency fund when I was 10. I didn't think of it as an emergency fund, but I was in a lot of situations where there are a lot of emergencies around me, and I started realizing that I should probably make sure there's some money available. And the way that I did it was literally with pennies and nickels and dimes. So my mom used to have, those big pickle jars.
Oh yeah.
There would be pennies in them, and I would pour all the pennies out, and I would count them on a regular basis to make sure I knew. Okay. And I actually would have to use them. So some days when my family didn't have any money, I would go into the pickle jar, get $2 in pennies to put on the bus to go to school.
Wow.
So, and that was my emergency fund. And I knew it was there. I knew how much was in it. And then I started adding, and then I claimed it, right? Because nobody else wanted it because it was just pennies. So I
Mm,
claimed it for myself. And then
mm,
I started adding to it pennies, nickels, and dimes, and occasionally dollars. And what I would do is that I would get a notebook. And at the top of the notebook, every single day, I would write down, okay, I have $10 right now. And then at the end of the day, I would write down, okay, how much do I have left? Right. So the what you want to do is don't worry about how much money you have or don't have. What you want to do though is focus on your money. That's it. If you start to focus on your money, something magical will happen. You're going to realize that it's going to start to expand. Money is going to be available in places that you never knew it was available before. Now, you might be thinking, Tasha, you're crazy. But I invite you to just try it out. I always record, I always take screenshots of things that my clients send me. And I remember 5 years ago, this is when, these days my clients are saving thousands of dollars. 5 years ago, they were struggling to save $200. And I
mm.
remember one of my clients messaged me and she said, I was supposed to save $200 this month. I saved $500. And
Wow.
this is the standard. Whatever you focus on, it will begin to expand. So that is how. Don't focus on what you have. Don't focus on what you don't have. Just focus
Mm,
and
mm,
let that be the goal. And the
mm,
money will expand. And then the question becomes, is it going to slip through the cracks or is it going to be funneled into a savings account?
mm, mm, yeah, that's good because there's a lot of people that's just living paycheck to paycheck. One check throws everything off, and that's a common question. And I wanted to get your feedback on that. That's good.
One more thing I'll say.
Hmm?
Get you which app do I prefer? Capital. Get the Capital app and have it just do the roundup rule, or even just do $1 a week, save $1 a week. I call this silent saving. You
Mm,
won't notice it, but at the end of the year, you will have hundreds to thousands of dollars saved just because they rounded up every dollar and you saved $1 a week or whatever it is that if you can do $5 a week, do that.
mm,
But it will, you won't even feel it, but the impact will be significant. This
mhm,
is where my clients do at least 30% of their savings. This is where 30% of their total goal comes from, just from silent saving that they don't even feel on a day-to-day basis.
mm. Yeah, the silent, yeah, it's the small things because it's easy to go blow money. There's people that go to Starbucks every day, you know, 7 days a week. You figure if that money was put to the side, you know.
Because the thing is, people are living paycheck to paycheck, but they're actually silent spending. They just don't realize it. So if
Mm.
you use silent saving to combat this silent spending, then you'll be better off.
So good. So good. Thank you so much for your time. Let everyone know how they can get in touch with you. Give us all the good information, everything. I'm gonna have everything linked up in the description, but let us know what you got going on.
Okay, so thank you guys for listening and allowing me to be a guest with the amazing Sean today. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak with you. You can find me on social media platforms at Goddess Day HQ, or you can search for my name, which is Latasha Kennard, Latasha And right now, I'm doing intake for our Wealth from Scratch Academy. This is for people who want to be able to hit their first 10K or their first six figures, but they don't know where to start. So I don't care how much money you have, right? You are not helpless and you are not hopeless. You have what it takes to create the financial future that you want for yourself. So definitely come find me. And thank you again for the opportunity.
Oh yeah, for sure. Brave Hearts community, you heard it here. I'm going to have everything in the description. So make sure you click those links. Make sure that you have a email list that people can get on as well.
Absolutely. So if you find me on social media, especially over at Instagram, you'll be able to have tons of free resources. So
Mm,
definitely make sure that you click that link in bio and it'll take you to my free resources. We have budget templates, we have ebooks, we have all
mm.
kinds of resources, free money mindset resources. So everything that you need to get your money right from the ground up.
Today's special guest is Shonda DeShield. How are you doing this evening?
I am well. Thank you so much for having me on. I'm excited.
Yes, for sure. I don't want to waste any of your time. I want to jump into today's segment because I want to talk about what you do. And I want to know what inspired you to become a divorce financial coach. I love that. Can you expound
Oh,
on that?
yes, I can. Well, as we know, most marriages fail one way or another, and the biggest reason is because of a money gripe, besides of infidelity and things of that nature. But no matter which way or why your divorce happened or occurred, there's always the lingering money issue. Most times people like to put the money to the back of the marriage and deal with it later. And I help divorced people eliminate debt, and that's a big deal to me. It's a simple sentence, but it encompasses so much more. And I needed to do that because starting over, I went from two incomes to one income, and I had to pull myself together right away. And I know that if I had to do it, a lot of other people have to do it too. So I went into that arena. I have a heart, a passion for it.
Yes. And can you tell us a little bit about your story? Because I know I was watching some of your YouTube reels, and you talked about, like you said, going to the one income, or I think you were maybe a stay-at-home mom and trying to
Yes,
get your finances. Can
yes.
you talk about that a little bit?
Well, I mean, I was working and he was very generous, so he told me I could actually come home. So that's how I walked away from the income, came home. I was a stay-at-home mom. Things were deteriorating, which is so wild because we saw it going a whole different way. But things started deteriorating and I needed to go on my own. And I just started to plan out my moves before any major big announcement. I knew the direction it was going, and I started to literally fine tune comb all of our finances, pull all the bank statements. I don't know how I had my wits about me because a lot of people don't do it, but I knew that that was going to be a major issue. And so I needed to see what it took to take care of that home and try to plot and plan, is what I say, what my life would be like afterwards. I didn't want to give up a lot, but I knew I was going to have to give up something. And so that took me to the next trajectory of looking for employment to make sure that I can take care of myself and my son.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because, and I'm glad that you actually do this. So those who are watching, those who are listening, make sure, and I want to make sure you give out your information as well at the end of the show, because
Sure.
I believe there's a lot of people, because I get inboxes sometimes where people are going through a divorce, but rarely do they talk about the finance piece.
Yeah, it's the most complicated part, I think. I mean, you deal with the hard part, and that is a constant battle. So nobody really wants to take in leap from the heart to the money, because then you're really going to go dig deeper with more angst and anxiety and frustration and anger and resentment. And in fact, don't we take most of us take most things out on the finances anyway. Um, the movie Harry Met Salary is coming to mind, and I'm thinking how he says things you don't even care about. You didn't even care about that red sofa, but now the divorce is here. It's like, I want you to sell it and give me my half, or I'm taking the red sofa with me. And it's like everything that meant nothing means something financially in the end. Because in the end, we really realize that your household is a business. And when you partner up with your spouse, you have to look at the heart and the extended measures of the heart. Um, and that's looking at the family, the nucleus of it. So how do we look at that? We look at it traditionally through the money, your health care, from your automobile to your home to the estate, thereafter, what happens with your children, So the money is a very tough situation. And I would like it if most of us would talk about it more, but a lot of people, even within their marriages, one person is the stronger person and the other person just relies on that person to handle it.
Yeah, and that's interesting you say that. I wanted to ask you this. I think I asked this question on social media the other day. Can two, like, people have different money languages. Can two, like, spenders, can that relationship survive, or like two savers? Can that work?
I think I think all marriages can work,
Okay.
especially if you sit down and talk about it. Everybody always say the number one thing we need to do is communicate. So I think if you have two spenders, you're still going to have one that spends more than the other. That's always going to be the case. And the person that spends more um, is going to see the other person is thrifty, right? Because you really, those two are not going to be like, we're both over here just doing it. Somebody thinks I spend less than this person. This person's going above and beyond. And so, yeah, I think it could work, but I think we have to always fine tune comb it by coming up with a plan, by sitting down with our money. I think I talk about, financial date nights where you actually open up the dialogue to say once a month or twice a month, we're going to sit down and look over the books. And for the person that is most uncomfortable with it, it's like I can print out a overview, a statement for you to see the big picture of what's going on in our family, because the more that you do run the finances like a business, the better it will be for you, no matter which way this goes, because the legacy, you're going to be handing things over to your children, and you need to see how that estate is set up. And you need to have that estate set up for yourselves, because you never know what can happen.
That's true. Yeah, because life happens to all of us. No one is immune.
No one.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I remember going through my divorce, and we had some financial issues. And I remember separating and started to do the finances on my own. And I was like, I haven't done this in years.
Wow.
Just doing the, because I think I seen one of your YouTube reels where you talked about doing the finances on your own, opposed to when you had that partner when you were married.
Right.
And it just took me back to that time when I remember sitting at my kitchen table, going through my divorce, and I'm like, wow. But the bills, they seemed a lot easier too, because it was just me.
It was just you. But then you still had to figure out those due dates.
Oh yeah,
and,
yeah.
And you still had to figure out like how much is coming in, how much is going out, and can I still have the things that I so enjoy in my life? In fact, I would say most people after divorce want to experience life even grander than they did with inside the confines of the marriage. So you really want to start figuring out what you can let go of so you can really indulge in the things that will bring brightness and joy to your heart. So I say in both, I'm remarried. So in both my marriages, I maintain taking care of the household bills and the funds and looking over the financial statements and trying to sway my partner to get on board with the plan that I have for us. And it's not an easy thing. It's not easy. And we're not perfect. I mean, I still work on talking to my husband, my current husband, to get on board with the direction that we're trying to take for our financial plan, to get the things we both say we want. And so like after divorce, I really want women and men. At first I was just talking to the women, but the men need this help too, because some cases the men are running all the monies of the household, and in some cases, just like myself, it's the women. And like you said, when you're on your own and that other person isn't there, it's like taking a test, and the teacher's at the front, you want to ask that question and you had the ability, but now you don't. Now it's like, really, like, this is the SAT, I'm sitting here and I can't ask anybody but me. I got to go on my own strength, and it's hard, and it's not as simple as we'd like to make it. And a lot of times we just make the minimum payment and push everything to the side. We don't really handle it. We just I just felt like we band-aid it. We put a band-aid on it. We pay the minimum payment, we save, we can keep going. The credit card spending is still occurring. We have no way of knowing about it because we're not really pulling the record. And I really want to stop that from happening, which is why I'm saying, let's get a handle on your finances. Let's really look at the big picture. Let's get some of the basic principles out the way so you feel comfortable and confident about the direction you're taking. And you can spend with ease. You can spend with ease when you do have a plan. I mean, of course, you spend with ease when you don't, but you have that anxiety that comes up later when you really have to face it.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
like, keep me on board. Like, is this the direction you want to go in, so that I know I'm steering in the direction you want?
No, for sure. I mean, I love this conversation because, like I say, this is much needed, and we don't have enough people, especially people of our color, right, having these conversations about divorce and finances.
Thank you. Because money isn't always sexy. It's sexy when you're spending it, but when you have to reel it in, it's not sexy. And so I try to do it with a way to help people want to listen, even for a moment, to just grab a nugget, you know, grab a nugget and put into action. I'm always saying, let's take an action. I do that all the time on my Instagram. It's like, hey, this is it. Let's go take an action. Let's just go ahead and call the insurance company and just see what the rates are. Let's just take an action. Because that's what money is about too. It's about like those little action steps. Except those little steps are magnanimous. They're huge. My husband and I, in my second marriage, we just had the insurance person out at the kitchen table. I mean, you don't have to have them at your kitchen table. The way our society is, you can just do it online. But it meant so much to us. We both were sitting there, cringed up, gasping for air, and talking about things we don't really want to talk about, but we also want to make sure we have in place. And so it's about doing what's hard, and we all can do hard things.
Yeah, yeah, I agree because um, I believe. Well, you let me know what you think because this is about you today. What do you think about people who have one person who handles the finances and it's not like a team effort? It's just one person that's handling the finances. How do you feel about that?
I'm neutral because, like, I really believe in marriage and the sanctity of it. And like I said, I'm not averse to that. I'm always encouraging um my husband to get on board with it more so like me. But I realized that it's not everybody's forte,
Mm.
and it's not like I said, it's not the sexiest. So I recommend doing that analysis where they have the big picture and you show it to them, and then you have these money conversations, a date night, or some people pick Sunday or Monday, whatever your time is, and you just I say, like, we like do icebreaker talk so we don't go too hard where it spirals out of control. So it's kind of like, let's table this. But for now, we're just going to talk about this one topic. And then I'll go, good. We just got in, we're getting right on out. To slowly rope that partner into talking about money and feeling more comfortable with the direction you both decided on. And it make it just more easier for them to digest. So sometimes if we just throw it on real fast, it's like overwhelming. It starts an argument. And most times the argument is more so because the other person is confused about like what? Like I'm not thinking about it that deep. You're overanalyzing it. Like, no, well, not really. So I just believe just give little nuggets and like have set times where we say, okay, we're gonna spend the next 10 minutes just talking about money, and then we're gonna come right out of the conversation until that person is more comfortable with the bigger picture. That's how I handle it, and that's how I would recommend.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I agree because, like you say, it's a team effort. I think it's important that you both be involved. But I do know some married couples that there's one person, they like, look, I handle the finances, and the other person, because it can become uncomfortable, they don't get involved. They're like, you got it, cool. But I
Mhm.
have heard of stories where a spouse dies
Yeah,
and you haven't paid a bill in 20 years.
right.
You just know everything is set up for you. But
And
that can
that's
also kind of cripple that person as well,
yes, that
you
it
know.
backfires on that person. I mean, in my first marriage, like I said, I handled the bulk of it.
Mm,
And I always give the analogy that I think he had like 25 to $30,000 in college debt. And we put it in forbearance. And if it were up to him, he would just sit on it and just wait until the letters come. But I just started making major payments and doubling up those payments and then tripling up those payments. What I can say is by the time I left, I had it down between $5,000 and $10,000, and I
mm,
felt good about it for him, for myself to be able to do it, but for him to know that you leave them better than you found them. So to say, nobody expected us to walk away from each other,
yeah.
but at least I knew with the goodness of my heart that money shouldn't have been a thing that he couldn't pick up on, because I tried to drop down all the heavy hitters. Now, that's in the confines of marriage, and you have to know who you marry. You just hopefully the person who's giving the other person power believes in their heart that person has their best interest and is doing that you know, closing up the gaps to make this most simplest process possible with the budget, so that if the other person ever needs to pick up the pieces, it's easily laid out.
Mm,
Um, so that's why I say have those meetings. Even if you don't want anything to do with it, you can have a nice binder. I like binders, they're not set up right now, but a binder with every month of where you stand,
mm,
just like a emergency, break this glass and go
mhm,
here.
mm,
This will give you the basics. And I we talk about that. I talk about that with my husband now. Like, we need a spot for just the passwords. We need a spot for just those annual statements, so that if you ever do need it, if ever someone's sick or hurt or anything, you can go there and pick up the pieces. So I do recommend that. And I'm glad
mm,
you're talking about it, because it's making me say, okay, do more on that topic.
mm. Yeah, because, and I'm using this as a scenario because I think, was it Jumping the Broom, the TD Jakes movie, I think.
Hmm.
And I think they lost everything or whatever, but the wife had some money. She had like 10 racks put up. She had like $10,000, but the husband didn't know.
Okay.
Did you see that movie?
I'm sure I did, but this part is not coming to me. What
Yeah.
happened with the money? What she end up doing?
I think they, and I could be wrong. In the comment section, if you've seen the movie,
Yes,
you probably know what I'm talking about. Give me a quick breakdown. If I'm wrong, correct me. So help me, Lord. But anyway, the I think they had a bad business investment or something like that, I think. And they were about to lose everything, but then the wife, she had like $10,000 put up to the side, like an emergency, but he didn't know.
right.
So he was like, "Oh my God, like, you're an angel." So I'm thinking, how do you feel about that? Because what if you're married to someone who's a spender? Uh,
Right.
and this wasn't in my notes, this just came to me.
Mm-hmm.
And they're spender. Are you okay with that other spouse putting some money to the side, not to bust a move, but it's just like, you know what? I know Leroy ain't gonna he's not gonna get on board with the budget.
Right.
Leroy
I'm
gonna spend the money on Jordan, so I'm gonna put up some money.
I'm okay with it. That's me. Okay. I, I'm gonna hold the ground on that. Because that's kind of like what it takes, right? That's what it takes to be in a marriage. The person who is in charge of the finance to put money over for an emergency fund. to put sheltered money over, because you like this happened. That person should always be planning for the rainy day fund. And so I always recommend it. He has his account, she has her account. There's the collective of the bills. And then there's this side money where you are saving for a specific thing, like you're saying, like if an emergency, crack this one, and you're making it a area where it's high interest bearing, but it's untouchable, so to say. Like it takes 2 signatures. You can set that up too, where here's this money, take 2 signatures, or it takes evidence of the other person being disabled or unable to sign. I'm good with that. I think that's a part of a great marriage, just like a great business is always going to make sure like it's got its ducks lined up. Now, when it starts out, it's going to be rough, but as it grows, it establishes that right up front.
That's good. Yeah. Now I hate this. This is good. I'm really enjoying this. What is the biggest mistake you see that women make in marriage or in relationships?
Now, why'd you single out the women versus the men, just so I can get the backstory on that?
Because when I interview men, I ask men, I say, what is the biggest mistake you see men make in relationships or in marriage? Yeah. So when it's women, I ask the women. Yeah.
What is the biggest
I'm an equal opportunity employer. I talk to men. Yeah. This isn't one of those crazy shows where it's just downplaying women or men. Anybody can get it on this show.
Okay. So you say in marriage. Okay. So, well, I'm just going to tell you what I think. And it's kind of slightly before marriage, and it lingers in a lot of marriages. And I hear it in a lot of divorce stories. Women marry for potential. Most women marry for potential. Something about the nature of womanhood, of caring and always being able to feel like we can fix something, we can heal something, we can care for something. We'll see this man and we will see things that he don't even see in himself. And a lot of women, let me just say a lot, so that everybody don't backfire on me, or if you want to, that's fine. They say, one day I think he could be this, or one day I see him moving this way. If he keeps in this direction, he should go there. And these are her thoughts on him. So I just say that's one. That's what I think is the number one mistake that most women make. The second thing is not really understanding the way that man communicates. And then there you'll have him feeling like she's withholding information or she's nagging. So she's either overdoing it one and or another and not learning how to communicate with him. Steve Harvey always says, men are not going to get that deep into that portion. Our love is not expressed like that. So it's like find out a way to let them know, like, I need to communicate with you. This is a sense of urgency. I'm using strong language so I don't have to nag. Do you hear me? And I think for me, that is what I learned to do. I wasn't always there. So I would say that's a communication tactic. So the first is, I don't know, like the first is you putting yourself on someone else, trying to idealize what they will be. And the second is not communicating in a way that you can be heard.
Yeah, because I know I was on the struggle bus big time with that. Sometimes I just have issues with communicating how I truly feel. But what I do is I've learned over the years is to use my wheel of emotions. Have you ever seen that? They have a wheel of emotions.
Yes. But tell me how you use it. How do you use it for you?
I literally have to stop myself because my wife and I be talking because, she be talking. And I'm just like, okay. And she'd be like, well, tell me how you feel. Or I don't understand what you're saying. So what I do is I just take a second to stop. And then I try to dig deeper opposed to me saying, I feel sad. I'll say, I feel alone when. Or
wow.
I feel that I'm lonely in this area of life. Or, what I'm saying? Just to try to give more detail opposed to just me saying I'm sad or I'm mad. It's like, yeah, I have to think to myself, if I'm mad about what?
Right.
And then I just try to dig deeper than saying mad. So then I might just break down and say, you know what? I feel vulnerable in this area.
Oh, you are progressive.
Yeah. So the wheels start to turn in my wife's head, you know. So and I miss it a lot of times because we're just in the middle of a conversation, but then I have to catch myself and say, okay, I feel vulnerable. So instead of me saying I'm mad, I'll say I feel vulnerable. Now she starts to say, what can I do to help, opposed to being defensive.
Whoa, was this a first marriage or a second marriage?
Oh no, this
Um,
second marriage. This is this marriage. No, that didn't happen in my first marriage. My first marriage, I was young. I was a mess. I was defensive.
okay.
Yeah. So, but that was something that I had to learn over the years, and I still have not perfected it. I'm not all
Right.
the way there yet, but I am a lot better because my wife will tell me, I don't understand what you're saying,
Okay. Oh, I
and that
love that.
yeah, and that starts to open the door for us to have a deeper conversation. Or I realize too that sometimes conversations are better during pillow talk when the kids are asleep, when your stomach is full, you're not sleepy, but you're relaxed.
Right.
And there isn't a lot of tension going on.
Right.
So if you can have pillow talk, I believe that's when my wife and I have the best conversations in pillow talk, or when we're reading a book together. When we're reading a book together, those are some of our best conversations.
I love that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So I'm
I
learning.
absolutely love that. Like you said, for men and women, but definitely for men to give you that extra nugget. Because, even my husband, he might send me a one-liner text. And I used to be frustrated, but now I just stop and read it slow. And I've been like, okay, this means a lot. This one sentence here, let me grab this because this is, but I had to give myself permission not to get frustrated and to flow with to flow with his style of communication and realize like when he does write 5 sentences, like, oh, something's is heavy.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, and like you're saying, this was a second marriage type of epiphany to be more respectful of that person and calm down. I do love that whole pillow talk thing. We do that too. I never even think about it like it until you said it. Besides the scheduling of times, I love those moments too when it's just like a Sunday morning and no one has to work and we can just lay in and get some relaxed talk because then it's not coming off like you said so defensive and rough. It's like, hey, I don't know if you noticed this. It's like, oh really? I love those moments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And then sometimes they come in therapy too. You have conversations because you have that third party there. Because we have our marriage therapist and stuff like that. But I think it's when you have those moments of pillow talk, and when the emotions aren't running high, or when there's 1,001 things going on at once. Because I realize the biggest time my wife and I miscommunicate is when we're talking and passing. It's like we
Okay.
have a bunch of things going on. I got one of the kids, she got two of them. She's trying to cook dinner. I'm on my way home. And hold on, babe, wait a minute, somebody's calling. Hold on 1 second, and then you got,
Right.
what I'm saying.
And
I
you
think
miss
it's
it.
yeah, and that's why I think the pillow talk is great. Because after we finish recording, it's going to be time for pillow talk time for us.
Amen. Amen. You're
So
gonna have me talking too because you're saying things that I actually go through, but I never segmented to be like, oh, I will say something, he'll say something like, oh, I mentioned this to you, but you were obviously not paying me any of mine. And it's like, oh, that's like hitting hard. Like, no, I want a peace of mind. And then I'm thinking about what you're saying. Wow, this was happening, and something did get past me. So we have to like intentionally, willfully set up these measures with this pillow talk to
yes.
forgive each other for those times and like bring it all in, tie it all together.
Mm-hmm.
But like you, I've been in that area because I'm always so busy trying to work and then get this business to like 360 it to a level where it's doing its own thing. And so I'm always kind of like preoccupied in my thoughts, and I have to catch myself like, whoa, say it again. Let me get my mind all the way on here. You turning this all the way into like, this does see what you do. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
yes. If I could get him, I mean, he did say he was open to going to therapy, but at one point he was totally against it, saying that if people have to go to therapy, then, you know, like it's already wrong. And it's like, no. So some people do think like that. And so I don't know what happened, but he was like, okay, if you want to go to a therapy session, I'm open to. So that's a yummy concept right there to actually get to that point.
Yes, yes. I one piece of advice I can give to women, because contrary to popular belief, most of my clients are men.
Okay.
You know, so I hear their hearts, and if there's any piece of advice I can give to women concerning communication, as far as listening to him, is giving him your undivided attention, and put the femininity on him, like rub the hand, or just hand on the thigh or hand on the back, or if you like his head rubbed, just kind of, and be inquisitive, because we want to think that we got it all figured out. you know
Yeah.
but putting that feminine piece on, and you kind of just put your hand on your face, and you're like, so how can I help you? Like, it's like, I want to hear you, and how can I help you? And that's when he starts to melt. He starts to really tell you how he feel, because now he feels safe.
Right.
But when you come into him like, why didn't you do this, and then that's when he just shuts down. You're gonna lose him. You got to have that safe environment for him. And I know it won't always be like that, but I think if you sow more good seeds than bad seeds, he's more likely to hear you, and he won't think you're nagging. Because sometimes I get from women, he says I'm nagging, and my thing to her is, do you make more deposits, or do you make more withdrawals in your relationship? Since we're talking about money, I thought I would use that.
Yeah.
But
Good.
are you making more emotional deposits, or emotional withdrawals? Are you always telling him what he's not doing, opposed to telling him what he is doing? My wife she'll write me little sticky notes sometimes.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, and I still have them, because they meant
Yeah,
a
I
lot to
love
me.
that.
Yeah.
Well, the second marriage did that for me in the way that there's a level of reverence and respect I have. So, hold on, let me fix it. So, because of that, I hope you can still hear me. Hold on. There's a level of respect that I have. So, because of that, I don't just come at him any old kind of way. I just won't. Like, never. I always take a pause. I always take a pause, because I married an older man, my second go around, and that level of respect is there just in general. So I guess for my younger self, I married someone that was easier for me to just nag away at. I don't know if it was, you know what I mean? Like, I just didn't have that same reverence of respect for the person, but also for the situation. Like, you know what? I've been here before, and I don't want to spiral in the wrong direction. So I'm open to learn. So I never just go at it the way I used to. Like, I never just, no. I never. So I don't want to say it's unheard of. I'm sure there are many marriages practicing that. But just like you, I would just say the one thing I know that is a gift that you can give a man, that I believe, is respect. And especially if you fall in love with somebody you admire and respect on that level. And that respect comes with the pause from the rip. Like, it's like, it's always, how can I present this in a package that he can receive easiest? And if I see that I said something that wasn't well received, I'll say, please forgive me. I need you to take a second ear and hear this out. And That's my way of saying this is a strong language message. Because I feel also oftentimes in marriages, sometimes we can miss it. Like you say, we can miss the message from all the other nuances in our life. And you don't even intentionally mean it, but down a road that spirals you to believe that that person don't care about anything you say. You're not seen, you're not heard, you're disrespected. So I always preference now to show that sign of respect. And yeah, I don't think I'm going to lose that. But I want to tie it back up to the money, to the fact that like I'm getting him to also respect the finances that come in our house from him and myself. Because being though it's a second marriage, the money didn't fall into the pot the way the first marriage did. See, the first marriage, the pot was hand over the checks. We're gonna get this done. Let me give you your portion after everything. And the second marriage was like, no. Well, we both come from marriages, so it's like, it's a lot tighter when it comes to talking about money because we both know what it was like to have to fall to nothing and come back up again, rise from the ashes. So it's like, okay, here's your money, here's my money. Now we need to grow this pot over here for the us. And so in my marriage now, we practice growing that middle pot, to do the things that I talked to you about, more emergency funds. We want to take the trip, whatever that is. It's not the same. And I really do. I don't know. Like, I would love to hear even more about that. Like, that second marriage, you're not handling the money like you did the first marriage. Because now you've been, you really had an eye-opening awakening of how valuable that money is. Can you let your heart open up to expose yourself in that manner again? What does that look like? I would submit to you that a lot of second marriages, their money story is totally different than the first marriage.
Yeah, I'm a witness. Our finances is way better than the first time around.
Amen.
And I think a lot of it just came from hard work, commitment, and having a goal. We wanted to buy a house this year. That's what we did. We wanted a brand new car, got a brand new car, all last year in 2022.
Right.
But, we saved for it and saved the amount of money I've never saved in my whole life, but we had a goal. And now that we have those things, now we got to start back with a new plan, because now we got to replenish that because we bought a new house and a new car, but we know what it takes to get there.
Right.
Because we've done it.
So you guys came up with a house plan or whatever that plan was, and you just went at it and attacked it.
Yep.
That is beautiful.
Yeah. Every, bonus or any extra money or all that stuff, we just saved it, just put it in, like you say, a high yield savings account. Put it in there and just save it. And even with our life insurance policies, all those things, like we got all that stuff lined up, because I'll be 46 next month, and the way I look at finances when I was 30, totally different.
Right.
Outlook, so yeah. I want to ask you, did you have anything else you want to say on that?
No, that was perfect.
From seeing your parents' relationship, what did it teach you about marriage?
My parents' relationship, well, my mother and father never married.
Okay.
So marriage has always been like an experimental thing for me, because I didn't come from a family of, single-handed married people. And two of my uncles got married and two of my uncles got divorced. So everything I had to learn was trial and error. I wish I had more mentor marriages to look up to and to confide in and to sit at the helm of, and eat away at what they could teach us. But I didn't have that. That's not my story. We are making a story for our children. One of the things I did, because I always wanted to get married since my mother never got married, getting divorced was like one of the worst things I ever had to do because I had already set my divorce story up, as a child. And so what I did was overcompensate with the divorce and let my ex-husband have my son every weekend, which was so bad because then it carved a little hole with us, with all the fun activities, all the funner stuff was going on there, and we were handling all the pressing stuff. So I don't recommend that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't have that. I didn't have that money. I didn't have a good money story I had to learn, and I didn't have a good relationship story. And out of my grandmom had 10 grandchildren. I was the first one to go to college. So the fact that Black families are still saying that, which is, like to me, like there's like a tint of sadness to it, that is still occurring in America, that some of us are still the first to get that amount of money or have that life experience to teach the rest of the family.
We're not that far removed from, slavery and all those different things. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's not, we basically probably what, 2 generations away maybe from our
Wow. My,
grandparents. You know
my
what I'm saying?
cousin just said that. He just
Yeah.
said that it was not long ago. Like if
Yeah.
you look at it in the scope of history.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
So we still we still progressing. We make great progress, but it's still,
Very
healthy marriages.
relevant.
Yeah, it's still new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell
So
me a money story for you. I mean, not a money story. Tell me a marriage thing for you that you had within your family.
talking about the question I just asked you.
Right.
Yeah, for me, and I've told the story before, so some of the listeners and viewers know, but I was birthed out of adultery. I was a love child.
Oh.
So my parents, I guess that's what they called it. So my parents never married. Well, my dad was married, but he had me and my sister. But it taught me that I didn't want that, because now that I'm older, I'm like, I couldn't see having, now that I'm married and remarried, I can't see having a side piece and trying to have my wife too,
Right.
with some kids with another woman. And I'm thinking, because my dad had a stroke before he died, and I just say this kind of jokingly, but I'm like, I get it. Like, you trying to
Stress.
raise two families, you know what I'm saying? You got to. So now that I'm older, I can't imagine, because my wife and I have 2 kids together, and we have one apiece. I have one from my marriage. She has a child from a previous relationship.
Right.
So it's 4 total. So I can't imagine having a side chick and having a baby, trying to raise that baby too, coming home to my wife. Is my wife and I, we've been married 5 years now. I have not figured her out yet. I ain't trying to mess with no other woman. One woman is enough for me.
I hear you.
It's enough.
Wow. It's something that a lot of men did that. I don't know how. I don't know how.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah. So that happened with me. So in that process, I told myself that I never wanted to have that. I always wanted to, and through that, I always wanted to have a healthy relationship. I always wanted to be with one woman that I can grow and build with. And I think in my first marriage, I think there was some pressure, uh, religion wise, in the church and stuff like that. I think there was some pressure in that. So I married at 24, which, you know,
Is young.
yeah. And some people can make it work, because I'm kind of
Mhm.
on both sides of the ship. I can see the benefits of marrying younger, but I can also see marrying older. So yeah, so that's kind of my story.
I married when I was 25. I just say, to me, I always tell my son, I always tell my son, wait until you're 30. I always tell him. Now, I don't know if I give that same advice to my daughter because the body is different. But for manhood, I always tell him, like, if you can wait till you're 30. And because I really wanted to be a one and done for him, I would want more for him and better for him. And to ask those questions that you just don't ask until maybe later in life. So that's
How
my
long?
whole spin on it.
Yeah. And so how long were you married in your first marriage?
We were married for 7 years. I think by the time we divorced, it was closer to 8. Because in the state of New Jersey, it was a year that you had to be on the docket to stand for divorce. But we had 7 years. And yeah.
Yeah. I was married for almost 15.
You had a marriage, a long marriage.
Yeah. So I remarried at 40. So I always tell people, um, remarriage can be a beautiful thing if you take accountability for your actions and where you went wrong. Because if I let bitterness and resentment build in my heart, I wouldn't be married to the woman I have now because I would have been too bitter.
Right.
Because some people they just scratch marriage. And don't get me wrong, remarriage isn't for everyone. But some people they know in their heart they still want to love again,
Yeah.
but they've been hurt so bad that they don't want to take that chance.
Well, I mean, we talked about this on the pre-call, and I'm just going to bring it up really fast.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll make the show, but
Yes.
because when he and I divorced, he remarried within, I really think it was like a year, maybe a year and a half. And for me, I've been divorced for over 10 years, well over 10 years before I remarried again. And so I at first said, no, I'll never do that again. But then my heart just opened. There's like there's nothing like a marriage where you can express yourself and relax within the confines of a partner that has you. And it's just something about it that it's just beautiful. It's just beautiful. And if I had to forgive myself for my wrongdoings and say, you know what, on this level, you could have done more here. You could have gave more or you could have pulled back more to allow him to, you know, get where he needed to be. So I love marriage. And so I'm like, I say I'm never ever promoting divorce. I'm talking about it because I want you to know you can come back from the ashes, but I never promote it. I just want to help those who are going through it. For like you said, the religious regions, if you're holding on to religious baggage, let that go. His grace is sufficient. Press on. And if it's financial, let me show you some financial techniques that can take you right now into your marriage and carry you for the rest of your days. And let's go. Let's go. Let's get you
Yeah.
cleaned up and ready for whatever road you're going to take.
Yeah, for sure. And let me ask this one question before we go, because we just kicking it now. Why do you think men, and I don't know if we talked about this before, why do you think men remarry faster than women? Because I remarried 6 months later.
Well, yes, I tell my husband too, because my second husband, like he was in a marriage and he remarried really fast afterwards. I think, well, just me, because I'm just a woman talking about, so I really didn't talk to him about it in that terms. But for me, I'm wondering if men, even more so than women, like to have that kinship with someone where they can finally find someone to express themselves and to grow with and to like be themselves unfiltered, right? And like most time, if you marry a good woman, she got you covered. She's gonna look after you in a way that nobody's gonna look after you. And so I think I know my ex-husband used to say that to me, like, I don't like coming home alone. I don't like just, sitting down to a dinner at the table by myself. Like he liked the companion. So I mean that's what I think. What do you think? Because you
Yeah.
said it.
Yeah, I think the same thing. So, because I'll get inboxes and some women say he don't want to commit to me. We've been together for 3 or 4 years and all these different things. And I'm like, look, if he wants you, he will marry you. Because a lot of men don't, but they believe that's why men remarry faster because they like, I don't want to be alone. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I know in my situation, because during my separation, I was on my own, she was on her own. and my daughter would come over sometimes. Like we spend weekends together, but it felt weird coming home to an empty house.
Yeah.
Like I was just like, wow, like I'm like really doing this whole single thing, you know. But I also say too that when I met my wife on Instagram, she was so great of a woman. I wasn't willing to gamble and try to date her for 4 or 5 years. And you know what I'm saying? I was like,
Right.
I just really believed that she was the one for me. So I was like, I wasn't gonna waste any time, you know, and we 12 years apart. I'm 12 years older than her.
Okay. Okay. So she probably had that, what I talked about, that reverence, that respect that comes just naturally, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, but that's us. Do you have any words of wisdom? Maybe someone is listening, maybe someone is watching who's going through a divorce and they've listened to this whole podcast in this YouTube video. What advice would you give, man or woman, that's going through a divorce right now?
If you're going through it, I always say relax, calm down, hold on, right? Try to gather yourself so that you're just not emotionally in anxiety to the point
Mm,
where you can't think. When it comes to money, I would say this is the time to get a loose leaf binder or get your, all your information on the computer and get these financial statements. You need to know the last 3 years of what income has been coming through those bank accounts. You need to know what your insurances look like. You need to know what the retirement accounts or pension plans were. And I would say that for men or women. Were there any savings accounts? Do you know all the account numbers? These are some very important things. Do you have the passcodes? You know, if you are, this is for sure about to happen, this is the time to separate yourself and say, this portion of the funds, let's split it in half. If it's not that deep, it depends, because it depends on, like, if you got tons of money, you won't want to sit in front of a lawyer. But the sooner you can set up your own accounts, the better. So I don't know if you leave them open depending on your financial situation, but you definitely want to set up your own. You want to start setting up your own because you're going to need it to get your own house, get your own car, or get your own rental. And so you need to have your own checking account, your own savings account. Start to peel away. Like I said, it depends on the measure of money we're talking, because if it's up there, you definitely want to go ahead and meet with your financial advisor. You also want to meet with your lawyer. But even none still, if that is not being touched, you want to open up your own so that you have a new way that you're going to funnel your money. I definitely would say that. Please see me at Blush Again Shonda on Instagram, or Blush Again Shonda on Facebook. On YouTube, I'm Shonda DeShill. Please feel free to stop by, ask me any question. If I know, I'm going to let you know, and if I don't know, I'm going to research it to the bits to get you the information. I have a heart to see you financially come up and have the lifestyle you always wanted to have.
Have the conversations now so that in the future it's a lot easier. And because sometimes you're not financially compatible. If you are a big budgeter and thrifty and spending and you have specific ideals and goals about money, and someone is just complete opposite, that's something you want to know early on, right? Where you could say, okay, I guess it's not that bad. Or you could say, no, that's a red flag for me. I actually don't want to proceed any further. And I always wonder, I'm like, we will take our clothing off, but we won't financially, it's like both are very intimate and both impact us tremendously, right? So if on that first date you don't feel like talking about money, on the second, third, fourth date, maybe start weaving it in slowly into conversation, because it is going to impact every step of your relationship. If this is a serious relationship that you want to pursue and you want to make sure it goes into marriage or whatever it is that is your end goal, you want to make sure that you are financially protecting yourself, that you are financially understanding how you both come to the table, because that is intimate, but also very, very, very necessary.
Today's guest is a first generation Haitian American helping millennials and Gen Z restructure their relationship with money. She attended Adelphi University and graduated cum laude with a BA in English Literature and an MA in Adolescent Education. She went out to write and produce the award-winning web series Millennial in Debt, which highlighted the overwhelming nature of navigating adulthood due to a lack of financial education. Her main objective is to make conversations about money the norm. She hopes to increase millennial opportunities to obtain financial freedom and build generational wealth. Let's welcome the author of So This Is Why I'm Broke, Lessons on Financial Literacy, Passive Income, and Generational Wealth, the Beyonce of Personal Finance, Melissa Jean-Baptiste. How are you doing this evening, Melissa?
I am well. Thank you so much for having me. It was such a pleasure. And thank you so much for that warm welcome. It's always so beautiful to hear. So thank you so much.
For sure. I'm listening to your book on Audible. Love the book. It is great. You have left no stone
Thank you.
unturned. You touched on everything. That book is, I think, is essential for anybody that's willing to learn about finances, that's willing to put in the work that's necessary, because
Thank you.
everything is detailed. Huge fan of the work. Love the Instagram page. Love everything about it. So thanks again for becoming a guest today. I want to ask you, who
Of course.
inspired you to become the woman you are today?
I love that question. I know my brothers, whenever they hear me talk about it, they get so like, oh, but my two younger brothers are absolutely my biggest inspiration in pretty much everything that I do. I am a first gen, of course, but I'm also the eldest daughter. And so I had to lead by charge and make sure that everything that I was doing was to make sure that it was an example for them. And so my middle brother, and he's heard this story a million times, is the reason that I actually got into education in the first place because he wrote one of the saddest college essays I've ever heard in my life, where he talks about how public school teachers do not care about you. And he did end up getting a scholarship to college with that essay, but I didn't want him actually feeling that way about education or feeling that way about the classroom. And I didn't want anyone who looked like him, sounded like him, acted like him, thought like him to feel that way about education or in the classroom. And so I became a teacher to really become a safe space for people like him and my youngest brother to thrive and do well. And so I teach in New York, and we have this like 4 to 6 week period where the finals are over, regions are over, everything's done, but school is not officially over.
Mhm.
And so I did not know what to do with that time. I was just like, I don't know, what do y'all want to do? And so I surveyed them, I asked them, and all of them answered and said, we want to learn about money. We don't know anything about money. We don't know how to cash a check. And that shows you how old I've been in the classroom, a check. And so I essentially was just like, well, I don't know anything about money either. All I have is really my personal finance journey. But I was an English teacher. I don't know much about money. And so in doing research and teaching myself in order to teach them, I wanted to create another safe space for Gen Z, for millennials like me to ask questions, to feel comfortable, to feel safe, not knowing and without understanding, but not feeling like it's too late. And so teaching them about opening a high yield savings account, teaching them about opening a Roth IRA with their first job at 16, 17 years old really was impactful and has led the charge to changing, the trajectory of where they end up. And so that is really how Millennial in Debt was born. I wanted to create a safe space for people who looked and sounded like me to ask questions without feeling that shame.
Yeah. Wow. I love it. That's beautiful because
Thank you.
looking out for family, right?
Right. That's how it started. Now I'm like, I want to help everybody know how to do money.
Well, you're out here helping people because I mean, you're helping me in the
Trying.
book alone.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
For sure. What are your recommendations for managing spending during the holiday season?
That is a big one. And so I want to start off by telling everyone listening that we don't like everybody. If for some reason the holidays makes us feel, the holiday spirit, like I need to give a gift to everybody. You don't. Okay. So the first thing I want you to do is I want you to sit down and really make a list. Make a list of your non-negotiables. Who are the people that really matter to you? Who are the people that you really want to give a gift? Then you're going to do a budget, the big B, right? You're going to sit down, you're going to calculate your income. How much money is coming in every month? How much money is going out every month? And whatever is left over, I like to call that your glorious gap. Whatever is left over, that's how much money you want to use as your stopgap. So that if I have $500 at the end of the month to spend, that is how much I'm spending for the holidays. I'm not spending 501 and I'm definitely not spending thousands. And so now I have this list and I have the income that I know, okay, I've paid off my bills. I'm not going to go into debt. I have $500. So now I can decide how much I want to spend on each gift and create a strategy and become a lot more creative than just, swipe, I'm going to buy this, I'm going to buy that. Now I have a plan. And when we do this and we go within this plan, when January comes, we haven't overspent, we're not in debt, we're not paying off credit card bills, and we still have enjoyed our holidays within our means.
Mm, I love that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, because I only can imagine, like you said, $501 if you don't.
Yeah, not even the $1.
Yeah, because the thing about budgeting is it set these boundaries for you. And like you said, when January rolled around, you're not, thousands of dollars in debt because you
Right.
became friendly in December.
Exactly. Like I don't even talk to you for the entire year. Why am I buying you something? It just happens. I know it's natural, but it's just like stick to the list, right? You can send a nice farewell hello on the internet, like Merry, Happy Holidays. But when it comes to our gifting, we want to stick to that budget.
Yes, for sure. No, I love it. What are some key tips for dating financially responsibly?
That is that's a loaded question. I think so. I know it's very taboo still, and we're trying to break that taboo to discuss money. And I'm not telling you to come out the bat on your first date to say, what does your 401k portfolio look like? We're not doing that. But I do think early on, especially when you're going into the holidays with someone for the first time, I think it's really important to discuss the basics of money, right? Because at some point, that is going to impact you, whether you decide to become official, whether you have to move in, whether you have to get married, whatever it is. So you want to really start having those conversations and talk about, like I said with the list, your non-negotiables. I like to say, what are your value spends? That's how I open up the conversation because it lets me understand what really matters to you. And then things that we're just like, we don't really need to spend money on that. So if I really, really, really love going out to eat, and that's not something you really enjoy, then we could have conversations on how we're going to go, meet in the middle and what is that expense going to look like together? Because your partner might say, I don't like going out to eat. I'm not going to spend this. And it's like, okay, well, this is going to be something I add to the byline of my budget that when we do go out, I'm going to pay this tab. Or when we go do something that you like, perhaps you'll pay this tab, or maybe we'll be splitting certain things. But you need to have those conversations, as uncomfortable as they may seem, because they make it down the line a lot easier when the big things come, right? Where you have to buy appliances together, or you have to buy a mattress together, or you're merging your bank accounts together. Those conversations are a lot harder than talking about, well, what are your value spends and what do we want to make sure we're budgeting for dates or budgeting on certain things. So have the conversations now so that in the future it's a lot easier. And because sometimes you're not financially compatible. If you are a big budgeter and thrifty and spending and you have specific ideals and goals about money and someone is just complete opposite, that's something you want to know early on, right? Where you could say, okay, I guess it's not that bad. Or you could say, no, that's a red flag for me. I actually don't want to proceed any further. But if you don't have the conversation, you'll never know.
Yeah, I agree. Do you think that would you write someone off if you're not compatible financially? Like, do you just end the relationship or like you're dating, right? And you're like,
Right.
no, I don't think this will work. Is that a legitimate reason to sever ties with someone?
I really like this question. And I think that question is going to be different or have a different answer at the different stages in life you are. Because at 21, I'm like, I don't care. At 21, it's like, hey, we're not financially compatible. We're not, it's fine, like no big deal. But now where I'm a homeowner and I'm trying to retire in a certain amount of time, or, if we're discussing if we want to have kids, we need to be on a similar path or heading in the same direction if we're going to be interweaving our lives together in this way, because you get married, you have kids, your money's interwoven. It doesn't matter if you have separate accounts, your money is one because you have a child together. So I think if you're 20 years old and they're not financially compatible, you might be a little more like, no big deal. But as older as you get, it might be something that's a lot more important to you, something that is a deal breaker for you. So I think it's different for different people. I think for myself at this current stage in life, I would not, if someone's we're on completely different wavelengths, I don't know if I'd be able to really move forward and say like, oh, we're making a different salary. I don't think that's a deal breaker. I know that's is a deal breaker. I think if
Do you think there's pressure on millennials to spend more on dating to make a good impression? And how can they navigate this?
yes, 100% yes, I think millennials, because we were the generation that first really was on and those apps. It just became a big, so if I know this person that I spent enough to impress them or show them a good time, but I feel like that's also what's kind of keeping us stuck in this, but I'm going to spend all my money, right? Am actually compatible or have a conversation, or certainly don't personally. But if we don't have those conversations, we're simply just going off what's expected of us from podcasts or from for the both of us. So I definitely think millennials, unfortunately, we are the guinea pigs for everything. Body on a first date in the right way.
Yeah, yeah, that's so much to break down, but uh I want to uh take a quick break for a second, and I want to discuss my wife and I, we created an intimacy card deck specifically for relationships, dating, no matter which phase you are in. This is questions that are tough to ask, and husband and wife coming together and
Yeah.
building this intimacy card deck. So it's great for date nights as well as in a relationship, even if you're married. So, Melissa, I want to ask you one question from the day.
Yes, I'm excited. Go for it.
Okay, for sure. How do you manage conflicts or disagreements within a relationship?
Oh, tough question. So I think what is like unfair a little bit, but I'm still gonna answer the question. Our cheat code is my partner and I have known each other since we were 9. So we've been best friends since we were 9. And we've been dating on and off since we were 16. So we kind of grown up together and learned how to argue with each other and how to handle conflict at the different phases of our lives, right? So 21-year-old Melissa is very different than 36-year-old Melissa for sure. But I think something that's important, and I think something that we do really well in our relationship when it comes to conflict is we address the conflict that is happening in the moment. And I think a lot of times relationships, and I'm not a relationship guru, but I think a lot of times because we say something like, oh, little cuts, we don't let little cuts build up, because in 5 years, in 10 years, those little cuts will become unbearable, right? So we discuss the problem as it occurs and we don't bring up other grievances, because now is not this conflict right here is about this conflict. And I think that's really what has helped us focus in and discuss when things happen, because I don't want to talk about something that happened 3 months ago. I want to talk about you didn't load the dishwasher today, right? So that's something that I really appreciate that we do. And we had to learn after a long amount of time how to do that and not just let things build up. Because I used to be the queen of passive aggressive. I'm not even gonna lie. I used to be like, oh, okay, that's cool. And it was not cool. It was not cool
Wow.
at all. Right. But 36-year-old Melissa's very calm now. She's
Yeah.
tired. She just want to do like get through the day. So that's, I think, super important.
Yeah, for sure. No, I love it for sure. Because a lot of times it's hard for people to really resolve conflict. I think that's something that we don't discuss enough. And I just thought it was something new. Just wanted to hear your feedback on that from
I
you.
love that question. I love that game. But tell me where to find that game, that deck.
Yes, for sure. It's at my website, scarytoremarry.com. It'll be
Nice.
linked in the description, as
Yeah.
long as in the description with everything else.
Cool.
Uh, okay, so how can we'll get back to the money now?
Yeah. I'm good, whatever. I'm like free flow.
Awesome, I love it. How can couples set financial boundaries early in a relationship?
Ooh. So I think besides having those conversations, you really want to decide who's going to essentially be handling certain things and when are you going to come together to have those conversations. I'll use myself for example. So my partner and I do not have accounts that are together. And so I essentially pay like the mortgage and the homeowner's insurance, and he pays for everything else. And so we don't need to kind of like put the money together, because it's like, okay, I'm going to pay for this, you're going to pay for that. But things that both of us use, or things that are important to both of us, or things that might have a really big sticker price and we're just like, whoa, like that wasn't expected, we'll come together to have a conversation on how we're going to split that money up, or if we're going to do some sort of payment plan. And I think that's a really healthy boundary, right? So I don't, come in and say, hey, give me $200 for this or give me for that. It's just like, that's not really a part of how we navigate money. So we are trying to buy a couch right now.
Mhm.
And we sat down and we're like, okay, well, what should be the budget for this couch, because we decide we're going to split the couch 50-50. And so that is a part of our boundaries where I can't just decide, okay, well, we're going to get a $2,000 couch and we're going to split 50-50. That's not how it goes, because it's just like, maybe he doesn't have the $1,000 to put towards the couch, or maybe he's like, okay, we can do this, we can work this $1,000. But I think in having those conversations and defining how we use our money together collectively without connecting our accounts is a healthy boundary for us, because we still have those open conversations, but we also know what we can and can't do. And we have, because we have a small space, I think also helps with the budget boundaries, is we have a one in, one out. So we have our value spends, we have things that matter to us, and we use our own money for it. But because we're sharing a space and because we have future goals that we want to hit together financially, it's just like, well, you're not going to buy 90 pairs of sneakers this month. Like, that's not happening. So, because he's a sneakerhead. So he's like, okay, he's like, I'm going to buy one pair, but I'm either going to sell or donate or give away another pair. So that same thing for makeup for me. He's just like, oh, you went to Sephora? It's like, well, what are we getting rid of? Like, oh my goodness. But that really helps with our boundaries, because we still get to spend money the way we want, but we have other healthy boundaries in the home that kind of make it like, okay, it's a good conversation to have. Those Sephora conversations were so hard though, because I was like, I wanted to try this. It's like, yeah, you have 95 blushes. One's got to go.
So how did you both agree? How did you both agree to come up with that system? It was just basically just a conversation, or did you view money a certain way and he viewed money a certain way, and then you both kind of
Yes. We definitely view money differently but similar, right? So we're on the same wavelength, the same path, where we want to, buy properties, we want to start, but we want to do certain things. So we're just like, okay, this is the money we're going to put aside for that, and when it comes time to do that, we'll put that money together. But the one in, one out really was just like we were falling over each other's things, and it's just like, okay, we're going to do a spring cleaning, and we're going to decide on a system together that makes sense for our money and for our space. And that was really the best compromise. And honestly, it really does keep us honest, and it keeps the house from being super cluttered, because I can be a hoarder sometimes. I want to keep everything all the time. He's just like, girl, no, that's not happening. But it's a nice, healthy conversation and not just like a flat out no. So I appreciate that, because we all need sometimes to reel it in. Or we all need sometimes for someone to help us reel it in, but you don't want to feel like you're being attacked. And I think that's what's so important when you're talking about money or anything in a relationship. You really want it to be a conversation, a dialogue, and not do as I say, or do like, no, like that's not how we do it together, right? So
Mhm.
that's how I like to navigate.
I love it, because I used to wonder sometimes, like when people get into relationships, you got to have the conversation, because one person might think I have it right as far as spending, because
Yeah.
my credit score is 750 and your credit score is,
Yeah.
you know,
And
that
it's
whole.
not like that, right? Everyone has different circumstances or different backgrounds. So it's like we're not coming in at the same level, but we can still have a conversation on how to navigate into the future together. And I think that's so important.
I love that. I love it. How can someone identify financial red flags in a new relationship?
Oh, yes. I think I know we're heavy on the conversations, but honestly, I like to be an open book about money, especially, but about a lot of things, because it's really important to build a relationship from the beginning with a strong foundation. And I think identifying red flags, sometimes some flags could look purple, they could look blue, like you're not really noticing. But that value spend question, because I love talking about value spends all the time, that value spend question will start to lead you in the right direction of identifying other red flags, right? Because if this person is just like, I want to live for today, I like to spend, 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 then I'm like, oh, right. Then my follow-up question might be, well, what are you always spending on? And then it's like, oh, so that's like you lead into the conversation. But a gentle, great start is, oh, what do you value? Like, what are your value spends? And it
Mhm.
doesn't have to be like, oh, you could say name three. And I can even go first to lead the way, right? I'm like, I value traveling. I value spending time with family over with experiences. And I value personal care, self-care. And then if they like, oh, well, how do you fund those? And I could talk about that. So we're opening the dialogue without it feeling like an attack. And when you hear those answers, those will be your red flag identifiers. If they're just like, oh no, I don't save because I want to live like it's my last day, I want a YOLO. It's just like, oh no, wait, hold on. Like we need to, let's pump the brakes. Let's talk about that.
Yeah.
So I think that's always leading with curiosity and conversation and not attacking is how you'll be able to lay that foundation, really make it comfortable, and identify any red flags you need to identify.
That's good. I like that. Yeah, because I think we don't have these conversations enough.
No. And the thing is, it's not even that we don't have, it's a constant conversation. We
Hmm.
need to talk. So, like recently, I was like, oh, I think I want to go back to school. So I had that conversation because it's like, well, what is that going to look like financially for the both of us? What is that going to look like time wise for the both of us? These are conversations that we didn't have before. But yes, we talk about money, but you want to keep having those conversations. And so I say another really easy way, especially if you live with your partner or you're married or you're, in a deep relationship, go on a money date together. That is really like, that's when you're like, okay, we are really getting vulnerable with each other because I'm sitting looking at my budget and all my expenses, and you're sitting looking at your budget and all your expenses, and we're talking like, oh dang, like I sit down and say, oh, I really spent too much at Sephora this month. I need to make sure next month I don't do that because in 3 months, we're trying to put this down payment. And he was like, oh, yeah, I really spent too much at Chipotle, which he sometimes does spend a lot at Chipotle. And he's like, okay, so we're going to I'm going to cook meals more. So I don't, so that's so vulnerable to me to go on a money date together and really discuss areas where these were my strengths this month. These were my weaknesses this month. What were your strengths? What were your weaknesses? How can we come together to support each other? And doing that every month helps to keep that conversation going. I also know because one of my friends, We Bravely Go, shout out to her, she splits a lot of expenses. And so because she gets the credit card points. So she'll swipe everything for the month for the household. And when they go on their money date together, she'll show the itemization and then she'll say, okay, like, can you just Venmo me or Zelle me your part or your share for this, and this? And I think that's so great because it's just like, yes, let's have a conversation and do what works for us in our relationship. It's going to look different in someone else's relationship.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. And now that you talk about it, I want to ask you about credit cards. Like, how do you, because there's so much conversation around that, right?
Yeah.
You have the whole Dave Ramsey thing going on, and then
Yeah.
you have the whole, freedom with just swiping.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that? On credit cards in
I
general?
love credit cards, but I love credit cards used responsibly. So the thing is, whenever I talk about credit card points, I'm always just like, before I tell you all the amazing things that I've done and got with credit card points, because that's the thing, right? That's on social media. Like, that's all I did. I'm going to tell you all that. And it was great, 100%. But I'm also going to tell you that I don't carry a balance. And I don't want you to carry a balance. So that means I don't want you overspending trying to earn a sign-on bonus. No, or I don't want you getting a credit card just because I have it and it has an annual fee, but you want to get those all those points. Are you going to use the car in a way where that annual fee makes sense? Is that annual fee something you can afford? Right. So I like to be completely transparent. I pay almost $900 in annual fees in my two credit cards, two Amex cards, which I love them, but it's worth it for me because one is a business card. So I'm putting business expenses on it. And the other one, I buy all the groceries, I buy all those things. So that makes sense. And when I earn those points, I get cash back or I do this. So it is amazing, but we need to talk about credit card health before we talk about the credit card rewards. And I think that's a really big thing that's missing in the conversation is, am I able to swipe and pay this off at the end of the month? Am I able to swipe and not pay interest? Am I able to swipe and pay this on time so my credit score is not impacted and doesn't decrease? Do I understand what my credit score is made out of? So I think, we could talk about credit cards all the time, how much I love them. I don't even have a debit card. Every time I tell people that, they're like, what? I'm like, no, I put everything on my credit card, but also every month when I go on that money date, I pay that credit card completely off and I go into the new month with a balance of zero. So that is super important. And I even tell people, like, you need to know when your closing date is and when your due date is. Those are two different dates. And the reason you want to know the closing date is because that's the date that impacts your credit score, not the due date of the payment. So your closing date is going to, let's say it's December 2nd. That's when Capital One, Citibank, they're like, oh, we're calling up Experian. Hey, Experian, she has a balance of $500, and that's when your credit score takes a little bit of a dip because your debt has increased. So I like to pay my debt before my statement closes, and that I'm not waiting till the due date of the credit card because they've already reported me. So I want them reporting zero, right? So those are things like you need to know the intricacies of your credit score and your credit report so that the rewards make sense, so that it really is a benefit without any of the down parts of having a credit card.
Mm, that's good. Yeah. And I'm glad you broke that down because a lot of times people are just thinking, I'm just going to pay on it right before the date or I'm paying on the date of.
No, no. The closing date, when the statement closes, that's the date you want to beat, right? So if it closes December 1st, pay the bill November 30th. That's the trick. That is the trick.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. And it seems like when it comes to finances, it seems like this is such a tough topic. It's very intimate, I would say. And it seems
Yes.
like we put it on the back burner when it comes to dating and relationships. And how do you why is it so hard for us just to discuss finances and even going on a first date? Like people are just like, I don't want to talk about none of this stuff.
Yeah. And I always wonder, I'm like, we will take our clothing off, but we won't financially, it's like both are very intimate and both impact us tremendously, right? So if on that first date you don't feel like talking about money, on the second, third, fourth date, maybe start weaving it in slowly into conversation because it is going to impact every step of your relationship. If this is a serious relationship that you want to pursue and you want to make sure it goes into marriage or whatever it is that is your end goal, you want to make sure that you are financially protecting yourself, that you are financially understanding how you both come to the table, because that is intimate, but also very, very, very necessary.
Yeah.
Right. And so I think it's put on the back burner, one, mainly for shame, right? Money has brought a lot of shame and embarrassment. And I think that is because financial literacy is not something that is mandated in every single state. It's improving, but it's not nationwide. It's not mandatory to learn financial literacy. It's not mandatory to understand an IRA. It's not mandatory to even have a 401k. It's like
Yeah.
you can opt in if you want, if your job offers, but you don't have to prepare for retirement. And so I think because people for so long has been like, oh, hush, don't talk about money, don't ask about money, don't learn about money. So now when I'm going on this date, I don't want to seem like I'm stupid. I don't want to seem embarrassed. I don't want to seem like I don't understand something that my potential partner might know or they might not know. But I don't want to bring that to the table because it makes me uncomfortable. But I think not knowing is worse. Not knowing how much debt your partner has and you get married and guess what? Now that debt, you're liable for it. And you didn't even know about it, but you're married. So it's like you need to have these conversations before we sign anything, even with estate planning. I was helping my parents estate plan. I'm like, you might think it's a little morbid because it's like, well, I don't want to talk about when we die. And I'm like, you may not want to talk about it, but when it happens, the state is going to come in and say, thank you, we'll talk about it. And they will decide where your money goes. You don't want that. You don't want,
Yeah.
I live in New York. I don't want New York to say, you know what? We're going to take this 401k. We might give it to her brother. We might keep it. So we don't want that. You want to take your control, and having control means understanding financial literacy and having the discussion about financial literacy.
Yes, that is so good because I'm thinking about an episode to discuss estate planning
Yeah.
because that's something that, again, another topic that we don't talk about enough. I
Right.
mean, it's promised to us that we will no longer be here one day. So why
But I
avoid the
want my
conversation?
money to, go to the ones I love and not to New York. I love New York, but they don't need any more of my money. Like our taxes are high enough. So I want to make sure my money is going to the right people when
Yeah.
I am gone.
I know that's right. I love it. No, and there was something that stuck with me that you said that I thought was so good. You said, people are quick to take their clothes off before they know
Yeah.
anything about your
It's
finances.
like, dang, let's like it's intimate, but it's just like it's the same level, y'all. We if we could talk about all these other things, we could talk about a Roth IRA. It's okay. I promise it will be okay at the end of the conversation.
Oh God, that is so good. Yeah, and that's a show within itself. Uh, I want to can we just do a bonus round real quick? I
Of
want to.
course.
Okay, all right. So this is Melissa Uncut. So I have some random questions that I have, and there's no wrong answer. So
Okay.
here we go. All right. What is the biggest mistake you see men make when it comes to dating?
I think being afraid to have difficult, real conversations that require like emotional intelligence, not just because I
Mm,
think men are very smart, and I know that's like, gonna be like, oh my God, you're a feminist. I am, ladies, but I think men are trained to be very smart, to be the engineers, to be, but not the emotional intelligence. And I think you need both. You need both, and I think that is the biggest mistake is they don't want to tap into their emotional intelligence and really be vulnerable emotionally. So
wow.
we gotta do a little better. But I've been in therapy for very long, so that's I recommend therapy to everybody.
Yes. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I am a fan. I've got so much revelation
Thank
in
you.
therapy. I was just like, oh, that's why
Yes.
I struggle with this. Oh, that's why I have this issue. Oh, okay.
I love therapy. We all need it.
Yes, for sure. I love that answer because men, we get uncomfortable real fast. Like you said, with that
Yeah.
emotional, yeah, because we don't know how somebody might use it. If you might use it against us,
Exactly.
like we're not
Right.
sure, you know.
Right. I know. And that is unfortunate. That is definitely a societal. Like I said, I had two brothers, so I was very tapped in. I was like, please be nice to like just, listen. And they are phenomenal men, I will
Yeah.
say. And my partner as well. But again, I've known him since he was a kid. So it's different. But it's just like it's all right to be emotionally vulnerable. It is okay.
Yes, yes, it is for sure. Oh well, I guess I was gonna ask you this question, but I guess you've been with your significant other for years, so I guess
Yes.
that question doesn't make any sense.
Forever.
So from seeing your parents' relationship, what did it teach you about relationships?
Yeah, so my parents were born in Haiti. They came when they were fairly young, but they definitely still had a lot of Haiti structure and societal expectations ingrained in them. And I was very, very, very specific in my own personal relationship, and I think my brothers as well, in really leaning into conversation, but also being each other's like sounding board. I think my parents were phenomenal parents, like phenomenal 10 out of 10, but I think they struggled a lot to see each other as like, we are each other's part. Like this, I'm gonna bounce some ideas off of you. They're like, I'm gonna go talk to my brother or my sister or whatever. I'm like, no, whenever I have an idea, I love running to my partner, like, what do you think about this idea? Like, what do you think? And having it, or like he helps me pick out an outfit. So I really think it's super important to be open to having conversations and being each other's sounding board. And that is one of my favorite parts of my relationship is that I can go and tell him like any crazy wacky thing and he'll listen. He's like, oh, okay. And have input. So I really think in seeing that in my parents' relationship, I was
Yeah.
just like, I kind of want a little bit of the opposite of that. So I'm gonna go find that, which I did, thankfully.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's good. I think that's a deep form of intimacy, right? That you can
I
actually just
agree.
say something and like they actually rap with you. They're like, oh, okay.
Yes. I
Yeah.
agree. Even if it's something as silly as an outfit, it's just like I'm like, what do you think of my outfit with these shoes? He's like, I think the other. I'm like, I love that because you're not just like saying like, yeah, it looks good. You're actually like engaging with my madness. So I think that's so important.
Love it. Love it. Who makes a better spouse? Someone never married or someone divorced?
Ooh, my goodness. I truly don't know. I don't know. I've never been married.
Hmm?
Um, I have a friend that has been divorced, and I do think she is such a much, much better partner now than when she was with her husband. So strictly off of that experience of me seeing that, I'm gonna go with someone who's divorced because
Mhm.
they know, like because marriage is hard, right? Marriage is hard. And so I think someone who's experienced it and knows what they've done wrong or understands what their partner, what they don't want, they might be able to navigate it a little better second go around. I don't know. So I'm going only based off her. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. No, there's no wrong answer.
Yeah.
No, there's no wrong answer. Okay, so what's harder for you to say? Is it I apologize, I need help, I love you, or I was wrong?
I need help is so hard because again, I think it's my first gen eldest daughter syndrome. I think I could do 50 million things a day and carry all the weights on my shoulder without ever asking. And my partner will literally have to tell me, like, slow down. Like, did you eat today? Did you sleep? He's like, do you want to take a nap? Do you want me to do that? Like, and he will ask me like things that he can do. And I'm just like, no, it's okay. And he'll just be like, sit down. He's like, I'm gonna do it. He's like, I'm gonna cook. I'm going to do the clean. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
You don't need to do this. And so I think I need more, I guess, training, therapy, and asking for help. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And that's an all. If I'm wrong, I'm like, oh, I'm wrong, or I apologize. I say I love you to everyone every day. So, but like, I need help. You will almost never hear me say that.
Yeah.
Almost never. He's just like, are you overwhelmed? I'm like, I'm good. I'm not. I always say I'm good, but I'm not. I'm not. So that's definitely my biggest like weakness, I think.
For sure. Last question. Is it easier to love yourself or someone else?
I think it's easier to love someone else because we tend to see all the negative things about ourselves magnified.
Mhm.
Where it's just like, oh, look at the rolls on my stomach, or oh my God, I did such a bad job, I am my biggest critic. And where even with like editing and filming things, I'll put something on like, oh my God, this was trash, like no one's gonna care. And everyone's like, this is the best thing you've ever put out. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Like, you didn't see that mistake at second 35. So
Mhm.
I think because we're our own biggest critics and we spend the most time with ourselves, right? So we have the most time to nitpick at ourselves, be in our own heads, think all these thoughts that are just simply not true. That it's so much easier to love and give love to, other imperfect people. We are imperfect, but it's just like other people's imperfections don't seem as big as our own. And so
Mhm.
I definitely feel like I freely give love out, and then I'll sit in a corner like, I can't believe I didn't run that mile fast enough, and I can't believe the chicken was too salty. It's just like literally, it's like, girl, you're fine. Like you're fine. It's okay. But yeah, that was such a very deep question.
Yeah, for sure. No, this has been a phenomenal
Oh
episode.
my God, thank
Um,
you.
Melissa, I want to acknowledge you for just being a voice
Oh,
for helping people financially, because again, these are the conversations we aren't having. And so to have that voice to be able to speak out loud about it, and having the courage to being an author and even putting your life out there, right? Even,
thank
listening to your book and just hearing some of the things that you witnessed. So, uh,
yeah,
yeah, so and
wild times.
yeah, right. Having the courage to bounce back and be able to share your story with the world. So definitely want to acknowledge you for those things. Can you let everyone know how they can get in touch with you?
Absolutely. So I am online all the time. I am mostly on Instagram and Threads. That's how we connected.
I love
At Millennial in Debt. I'm also millennialindebt.com if you like a lot more long form. I'm also Millennial in Debt on YouTube. So you can pretty much find me anywhere as Millennial in Debt. That is me.
So one of the red flags when it comes to dating is really realizing your risk level. Risk level, what I mean by that is, are they constantly doing things that you're not comfortable with, which is playing lottery, knowing that they only make but so much. And then because hopefully you had a conversation about how much they make, what they doing with that money from day to day, how they paying their bills, are they paying them on time, what are their thought process about the interest rates on credit cards or paying things late. Um, Learn those different things. You have to ask these questions before you even decide to combine households. And so that's a red flag. Another red flag is
What's up, Bravehearts community? This is Sean Heineman, your premier pre-engagement coach, back with another segment of It's Scary to Remarry, inspiring you to love fearlessly with my co-host, Aquila Maddox. What's up, Q? How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Had a couple of little technical difficulties, but we good now.
What a day. What a day.
I know, right? I, I
It
want
is
to,
a day. Can I intro our guest?
for sure, do our intro.
So listen, y'all, I want y'all to meet Anthony. He is a Baltimore native who turned his firsthand experiences with financial struggle into a mission to empower others. Growing up in the city's east side, Anthony developed a deep understanding of the mindset often accompanying poverty. After realizing the simplicity of money, he dedicated himself to learning about personal finances through diverse sources. Now, as the host of About the Wallet, Anthony uses his podcast to share practical advice and inspire the sandwich generation to achieve financial freedom. Welcome, Anthony.
Hey, thank you so much. Let me give myself some air horns on that. You know what I'm saying? That was a fire intro. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Listen, it's all about the money, money, money.
Right.
I know,
Listen,
right?
I'm ready.
Appreciate it.
Oh,
Yeah,
go
so
ahead.
thank you for having me on this platform. You know, you guys have been doing great. I've been listening to a couple shows and I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, it was good to have you. We like the sound effects already. So listen, y'all, every guest ain't coming with their own sound effects, okay? I need y'all to understand that. Anthony is a special case.
I know, right? He got his own effects.
He
We're
got his
gonna make it
own
happen.
sound effects.
Oh yeah, got to.
Well, let's jump into today's topic, and of course, about that wallet. Love what you got going on with the podcast because Lord knows we need to have more of these conversations. And today's topic, we're talking about money and dating. So this is something that a lot of my single folks, because I have a lot of single viewers who watch. So I want to jump into this topic. The first question is, how can someone gauge a date's financial mindset without being too forward?
Oh man, this is fun. It takes me back. So just to preface this, the reason why I say it takes us back, because when I was recently getting out of a long-term relationship, I actually enabled myself to get into debt. And the reason why I say I enabled myself was because I had to take ownership of the things that I did during that relationship and not just blaming it on somebody else. And I could easily said no, and I could have set tighter boundaries. So during the dating phase, when I was getting out of that relationship, I was like, well, I ain't got no money. I got these student loan debts, and I'm pretty much living shoestring tied as closely to my shoes as they can be. Pretty much, I had a shoestring budget, like nothing. So when I met my current wife, the first date was actually at a park because it was free. And if things didn't work out, I could drive myself back home. So, and I knew the park, I was familiar with it. I knew that it was a loop. It was like a running loop. So it was just like what, no, I think it's about like 2 mile loop. And it had like nice views of the water. You can actually look through the trees, get some fresh air and everything like that. So during that walk and talk, one of the things that I was telling her, I just kind of just blurred everything out. Now, do I recommend this? Probably not. But for the guys out there, if you actually understand your finances and where you're trying to go and where you want to be, it's a lot easier for the women that are looking at you or that you looking to be with to understand where you're trying to go. One of the things that I think for guys, we don't like to actually show our hand and actually share and be comfortable and being vulnerable right up front. So for me, I was like, hey, I got student loans. I can't be taking you out to all these different places every week or anything like that. I'm just getting out of a relationship. And so, you know, what do you want to do? And she was like, okay. And then that was pretty much it. We have a whole podcast. There's a whole episode about us, how we met and everything like that. So she could tell you her side because I don't want to put words in her mouth and then she come at me later on. So when it comes to dating, it's just one of the things that when it comes to the mindset of the person, you just got to know where they want to go. And the way to do that is actually do something is what I like to call it is a dream walk. Where is it that you see yourself when everything else is paid off? You know, what would you like to do? If you had unlimited amount of money or if money wasn't a thing, where would you like to go? How do you spend your time with your family? Like with your mom or your siblings, if they have children, because depending on their age range, they might got kids, and just kind of see what's going on, what their mindset is. And that's one of the ways to kind of ease up those conversations around, okay, this is how they're going to handle their money. This is how they will utilize it. And even you can joke around like, hey, whatever the Powerball is right now or the Mega Millions, be like, hey, all right, it's cool. Did you know that the Mega Millions is at like 480,000? I mean, 80 million? What would you do with that money if you were to get it? So you can play around with it and still get a mindset on like, hey, are they looking into building a trust? Are they doing long-term planning? Or are they looking at the immediate need? Like, okay, well, I'll just buy my mom a house. Where though? Like, are you planning on building longevity? Not just building a trust, but also are you looking at corporations? Are you looking at building expat? Are you looking to stay in the United States? The world is your oyster.
Mm.
So why not go explore that? What does that look like? I mean, a lot of people only move in ways that they are familiar with. They might go a little bit out to stretch themselves, but if they're not willing to take that kind of risk, that also get to tell you how they are with their finances currently. So if you give them $100, what are they going to do with that $100? Are they going to be responsible and pay their bills like they said they were going to do? Or are they going to go out, buy more lottery tickets to try to get that $1 million? So these are the things you want to kind of, you can have fun with it, but also you got to understand that there's an underlying mindset behind it. So being open and having that understanding of conversation of, hey, I have my own money, I can do my own thing. And actually just kind of talk about a lot of hypotheticals. I did a lot of that. Um, so even when it comes to, I mean, I don't change the topic. I can go on topics, but you can go to the next one.
No, that's good. No, no, for real. No, I hear you because money is I mean, these conversations we don't talk about them enough. I mean, I was doing some research. They I think Ramsey Dave Ramsey Solutions, he was talking about how high debt is correlated with divorced and disagreements and money and stuff like that because
I that's only part, that is like part of the whole situation.
okay.
The main thing is communication.
Mhm.
Money is a communication, is an energy flow. If you're not being comfortable in actually having an open discussion with your partner about the finances, that breaks down everything. That breaks down the trust because marriage is built on the trust. It's built on hope on the life that you want to have. And if you're not open and comfortable and actually talking about what it is that you want in life and like how you standing 10, like some people say 10 toes deep in it,
Mhm.
then you're dropping the ball right then and there by not being 100% with your partner. If they're going to be your partner in crime, let that be the partner in crime.
Or
And
partnering
if you
good. Can we be partnering good? Partnering
partner,
good. Only
okay, yeah,
because
partnering good. Okay,
being
okay.
broke is the
Right,
crime already. You know what I mean?
right. Yes.
That's the crime already. You know what I
Right, right.
mean?
Okay. All right. Partnering good. Okay, I got you. Thank you. Words matter. Thank you. Yeah, I like that. So because since words matter, you know, communication is a big deal. So just money doesn't have feelings. So you can say, oh, well, you know, they get divorced because of money. That's like somebody dying because of COVID, but really when they had the underlying health issues, you're gonna blame it on COVID. Does it work? No, but the hospital get a lot of kickback because they said COVID on the line. So these are the things you got to look at. What is the underlying issue, not what it is and sounds glory and fun. So that's the only thing I like to say on that one. It's just only part of it is the communication piece is really the solidifier for that piece.
Mhm. For sure.
I think it's a whole lot of stuff when it comes to the money. Amen. It's a lot
Yeah.
of things. But I do appreciate, like, for one, the conversation around having money conversations with dating because I think that is a big deal. Like people when you're dating, you're all like you're trying to figure out what part do we bring in and when and all this other stuff. And even though people are grown, that's part of why people don't share because or ask because they're like, well, I don't want to pry because I'm grown and I kind of probably feel like I don't want to necessarily share until I get to certain because there's levels to everything. You're like, well, when I get to a certain level, that's maybe when, our comfort, or maybe we're not at the place where we're talking money and things like that. I think that, you said a lot. You said, one, let's you got to feel that person out or get to know them.
Mhm.
Asking questions that lead to discovering whether or not there's comfort, where people's goals are and stuff like that. I would 100% agree that money isn't the catalyst alone for divorce, but being broke is never a good day. And there are some people who they can be broke together and they're okay doing basically the bare minimum or making it barely work, or they struggle together and there's probably in their world they may feel like there's not much complaints, probably because there's alignment. But usually when there is a person who's definitely, I want to say this, when two people are goal oriented but one person has poor money management skills, right, it makes it very challenging because you start to question whether or not you'll ever make the goals. So communication is definitely a huge thing, but executing, how we're going to resolve some of these financial issues is another huge thing, because do you have a goal? Do you have a realistic goal? Some people, let me tell y'all, bless the Lord Jesus, I dated somebody that I later married. Yes, it was me. I'm the problem. I get it. We're not going there. But I dated someone who I later married who had poor money management skills, because what I find is that sometimes when people have a lot of money, they mismanage their money because they just have a lot of money. They're not as intentional. So therefore they just be like, well, I mean, I always got a lot of money coming in. So I'm not. So that was his story. Well, when he got to the place where the market changed for business for him, and he got to the place where money wasn't always flowing in that way, that same mismanagement was applying with less money. So when we were trying to, take care of regular stuff and everything like that, it was always a challenge. I was like, okay, well, this season we can't be eating out. Amen.
Mhm.
It's noodles and rice and beans over here. Okay. We okay, maybe not that bad, but close. Okay,
Right. I
close.
mean,
Okay.
my wife taught me how to make some good rice and beans. Because at
Do you
first, when she
hear
was
what I
like,
love
she
your
was
wife.
like, make some rice and beans, and I was like, okay. I did my first crack at it. It was just strictly rice and beans. But then she laughed at me so hard. Like, she still laugh at me today. But one of the things that she did was when she made her beans, she'd do like tomato paste, some onions, some cumins. I was like, I didn't know you could do all that with the beans. Like, she was like, yeah, and then doing on the bed of rice. I was like, oh,
On a
this
bed.
is
You
your
hear that?
best.
Bed of rice.
Yeah, bed
Amen.
of
That's
rice.
good living right there.
Yeah.
That's good living,
I
Sean.
was like, this is great. And she was like, oh, yeah, you don't get the little short grain rice. You need to get some of that basmati rice. And I was like, ooh, basmati. All I know is about like jasmine, maybe. She was like, no, you gotta go basmati. I was like,
That's a
okay.
step up. Now,
Yeah,
now
yeah.
you know regular long grain or short grain rice is probably the norm.
Right.
Jasmine is the step up.
Hmm.
Then there's basmati.
That's basmati.
Top tier,
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So
But
a
yeah,
lot of
so all of that to say, I would agree that it's like you gotta have communication, because I think that is probably one of the hardest things is, do I talk about it? When do I talk about it? Especially dating, because you don't wait till marriage to talk money, y'all.
course.
You don't
That,
talk, you don't
that's
wait
true.
till marriage to be like, oh, now we're going to talk about our finances. Marriage should be like, you know how you get a brochure and it gives you a cover of all the wonderful experiences. That's dating. Marriage should be you've arrived already, but you've already got a preview of everything in your dating, and at least a lot of things, if nothing else. So you should have these conversations. You should develop the comfort, and sometimes it is not them, right? Sometimes it's the person. Sometimes you got to check where that person may not create that space of comfort to be able to share, or they're condescending if you share. You got to check all of that. You got to be like, okay, maybe we need to talk about how to create a safe environment for us to have this conversation. Or like you said, I loved how you talked about the hopeful conversations. It's kind of like driving through the neighborhoods looking at houses that
Yes.
you'll probably never live in, you know what I mean? And you're like, man, I may want to dip into this one day, right? But you're dreaming together and things like that. That's a vulnerable space too. But I do think that, those are some really good ways to start opening up that dialogue. I think that's really, really good.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you got to have, like you said, those conversations early. But I guess a lot of people struggle with when, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, Anthony, what are some red flags when discussing finances with a potential partner?
Uh, I could tell you this, not having them. So in my prior relationship, I didn't have them. I was up here thinking like everything was peachy cool because we were dating or whatever, but I didn't even think about, okay, because when we decided to combine households, and that's where the money conversation started happening. I didn't realize like some people are on certain plans because they didn't pay bills. I never been on any of those plans. I've heard of them, but I never use them. So for Maryland, BG&E has something called budget billing, which means like if you're so far behind, they'll just kind of put you on a basic budget, a flat fee type deal, whatever. I never knew what those were. So when I get inside the household, I was paid everything 100%. I was like, why you got this thing lingering around? It's accruing interest. And then because of that, I was paying everything up front. I was like, cool, I'll take care of BG&E, at least for me being there. And then I'll take care of the groceries or whatever, because I was couponing as well. So I was taking care of all of that. And so by doing that, it got rid of the budget billing process. And I didn't know that there are so many different other programs to kind of help people who are actually behind. And by doing that, opened my eyes up to other things. Okay, now that I realized that, that opened me up because I'm up here just trying to figure out her life as well. So realizing that she also went to a lot of casinos. So I started learning the casinos up and down 95, 295. Like, I can tell you all the casino addresses. Like it's bad. And I could tell you all the slot machines, who gonna be there, and all the dealers and everything like that, because that was my game. So I learned how to play baccarat. You know, dropping like 3 Gs on the table. It's like it was nothing. Not realizing like, hey, I'm actually feeding into this system of what's going on, and it wasn't a shock until it's actually started to hit me personally when the credit card started coming in. So having to know what the red flags are. Not saying like, hey, the first time, like if her name begins for A, it's automatically a red flag. No. But if her name, but when it comes to, yes.
I know my co-host, I mean, her name is Aquila, man.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, I mean, this is just...
Anthony. How we gonna act like this on our first time meeting?
Not on the first time. I'm sorry. This bad
Sean,
example.
Don't have
Okay,
him back.
bad
Don't
example.
have him back, Sean.
If her name begins for A, it's a green flag. Okay, it's a green flag.
Yeah, we call her Q, but her first name start with an A.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, we back.
We're gonna just delete that out the video. No worries. Keep
y'all can delete that. Yeah. So one of the red flags when it comes to dating is really realizing your risk level. Risk level, what I mean by that is, are they constantly doing things that you're not comfortable with, which is playing lottery, knowing that they only make but so much. And then because hopefully you had that conversation about how much they make, what they doing with their money from day to day, how they paying their bills, are they paying them on time? What are their thought process about the interest rates on credit cards or paying things late? Learn those different things. You have to ask these questions before you even decide to combine households. And so that's a red flag. Another red flag is dodging their credit card bills. So if you ever go over to visit and you see this pile of credit card bills on the side, or you notice that shredder's kind of full, that's a red flag. If they, how can I say?
You keep it real.
Okay.
I don't know. He already done X me out. If this is keeping it real. What you got, Anthony? I'm ready. What is it?
If they got water spots on their bathroom mirror, it's a red flag. If the trash ain't taken out on time, it's a red flag. Because you gotta make sure the household ain't together, like to the point if they have a lot of hoarder expectations or they do a lot of hoarding, that's a red flag. If their car, the way their car looks is usually the same way that their house looks. So if there's a lot of junk in there, you notice like an old McDonald's wrapper in the back seat that looked like it hasn't been touched in a month, that's a red flag. If they got bald tires, it's a red flag. Yeah, so I'm gonna stop there before I
got
get
tons
canceled.
of red flags out. He basically just squashed out probably a good percentage of the women.
Oh my God.
Yeah, because she gonna need her tires done. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the bald tires might be just by the fact that she busy. And I'm not saying. And
Yeah, she
again, here's the
hustling,
thing: you gotta know Here's the reality, y'all. We talked about this before. Red flag doesn't always mean stop and don't deal, but it could mean that too. But it definitely means it's something that needs to be addressed.
For sure.
Yes, at least start the conversation there, and that would be a good conversation starter as well. Before you even start I'd like to say combined households, because that's pretty much what you're going to be doing. Who's going to live where? Are you going to be comfortable having her moving all her stuff over with you? Are you comfortable with her going on long periods of time without by neglecting basic maintenance for the vehicle? Are you comfortable stepping in to be that person to kind of handle all the vehicles in the property? Are you comfortable stepping in to be the person that cleans up the whole house? Are you comfortable organizing and stuff like that? So these are the things you got to think about. Yes, you're doing it for yourself, but then you got to do it for somebody else. And if they have kids, deal with the kids as well.
Oh yeah, the kids. Yeah, that's another conversation. The kids.
He said for another day.
Yeah, I don't have kids. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I mean, I could talk about it a little bit because I used to be a teacher, and my ex had a child. Well, she has a child.
Yeah, for sure.
But I do like that you said, one of the biggest red flags about discussing finances is not discussing it. So that just means y'all remove it from the table that you're not gonna say something. You want to definitely make sure that it is on the list of things to discuss. And I'm gonna tell you, and from firsthand experience as well, I would co-sign that for sure. Because like I was just sharing with you that, you knowing what somebody's money habits are, because having good money habits should not just be in the circumstances where you have a lot of money.
Right.
Your spending habits are going to be also when, let's just say, life happens, like I had a brother who wife had cancer, and now it became he was the only breadwinner, and then money was was completely being zapped in their savings and things like that because of the health issues and concerns. Do you have somebody that's going to be able to sacrifice to make sure that you guys have the things you need if certain things like that come in place? Do you have extra insurances, you know what I'm saying, that you have to cover that to kind of protect? You want to know, like he was saying, like, what does the future, and even just knowing what debt is, if there's a plan to pay the debt off, if it's not a plan. So I do think having the conversation is definitely a very important thing. I want to ask you a question. How should couples handle income differences and financial imbalances in their relationship?
Easy. One of the things is going back to that communication piece. So say if usually the guy likes to be the provider, and when they are the provider, they kind of feel a little macho, their chest spoke out, whatever, like, yeah, this is my household and I can do things around the house. But when the woman makes more, it's just kind of like, okay, well, you can do your little thing, you can play your little video game, you can do your thing, here your snacks, be fine. They don't walk around with their chest poked out like, yeah, this is my place, blah, blah. You can shut up and get out the house if you want to. But having those imbalances, I won't even really call it imbalances because everybody comes from a different background. And so depending on if you came from a two-parent household, if you came from a single family household, single parent household, or if you grew up with like a lot of siblings, your money mindset is going to be completely different. So understanding like your partner's lacks in their greatness, you can actually fill in those key areas from where they lack in, and vice versa. And that is okay. So when it comes to that 50-50 or whatever type deal, I know a lot of people like to talk about that when it comes to 50-50. Sometimes it's 90-10. Sometimes it's 100-0. It happens that way. But what I like to talk about is when it comes to putting paper to paper, which is putting your dollars down on the products of the things that you're going to say. So when it comes to your household, you want to make sure the person that makes the least can actually handle the household bills and everything like that 100% on their income. So if you making like 200K, 250, and like your husband is only making about maybe 50 or 70K, if you're living in a house where he can only afford that 50 or 70K for now, that's fine because you can pocket all of that, all the rest of it. Because think about it, if you lose your income, he only making 40, 50,000. What you gonna do? So you can either save that extra 100K or something like that, max out both of your retirement accounts, Roth accounts, and then start looking into individual accounts for investments. You have that flexibility. Now you have more money to play around with. So if you want to go on those vacations, you want to go do whatever you can because your money's freed up now because you're working on that lowest income person. And I highly recommend that because think about it right now, when it comes to government workers, there are about 300,000 people that just lost their jobs. People who had just moved cross country just to kind of get their jobs right now. And now they competing because the government pays for the education and everything like that. Most of these people that work for the government aren't making as much as they could be if they working in the private sector, meaning the private sector. So they don't even know that value. And because of that, they getting cheap labor from all these other companies. When they come out, they competing against with these kids. So when you're talking about making income, somebody in the private industry is making so much more money than it is somebody with the government worker that just lost their job. So, now you're in the competing era right now. So I can only imagine what's going to happen next. As far as people going to be like, hey, for 100 grand, we're going to start having more reality TV shows. Whereas people are just going to be just fighting tooth and nail just to kind of get some money. It's going to be like the Hunger Games. I foresee that.
Interesting. Wow. Hunger Games.
I mean, look at it. Mr. Beast pretty much did a test run. And
True.
look how many people tuned in.
Wow.
It
That's true.
was a dog eat dog world out there. Like this guy was like, yeah, I'm gonna just let us leave some money. Hands folded. Done.
Wow.
Like people tuned in. They made a lot of money from that. There's gonna be another show, if not more, just like that.
Wow. I didn't think about that. Yeah, because Mr. Beast, I mean, he's a business within itself,
Yeah.
Didn't think about that. Wow.
I'm sorry to take it on so many different levels, but it's all connected in the sense of,
Oh, yeah.
from who's the breadwinner and what are the people going to do to either compare, are they going to have that comparison issue? What are they doing to try to make more money, which can then run risk because they thinking that they have all this money, they risking it all to the point where now nobody has any money because they want to try to do these risks without having a solid base and solid plan.
For sure. What money habits do you think are essential for a successful relationship?
Money habits. The first one is have open communication. So it's not in the sense of paper to paper, but it's more so of having that open discussion. So the first thing you want to do is have open communication. Second thing is actually have a household plan. Who's gonna how the bill is gonna be divvied out? If the breadwinner is gonna be taking care of all the household finances, okay, cool. Who's handling all the debt? Say if there's any lingering debt from student loans, credit card bills, or what have you, past debts from prior relationships or whatever. How are you gonna deal with those? Which goes back to the family unit. Third thing you want to do is to open up all those credit card bills if you haven't done so already, to actually look at your finances, look at the past the past 3 months, look at your expenses to make sure that you actually know what are you guys are doing. If this is your first time actually creating a budget, this is the way to do it. Start where you at right now. Just say like, hey babe, let's do a level set. We're just gonna put everything out there. We're gonna get financially naked. Put it all out there. This is my retirement accounts. This is how much I'm making. This is my company match. This is my health insurance. This is my trust and will. This is the bank account that I'm with right now. Do I have any TODs or PODs set up, which is transfer on death or pay on death set up? If you never had this is the time to talk about, hey, tomorrow or this weekend, we're going to go to our separate banks to set up these TODs and PODs. Because in case I die, you can go down and get this. Or in case I'm incapacitated for any reason, you get this. Not if, it's more of a matter of when. But I guess you could say if within the relationship, you pass away. Because we talking about dating here. But also, if we're dating, you ain't got to compare anything. But I could tell you this. This is what happened with my uncle. So he was, what do you call it? He was in a long-term, I guess you could say, engagement. He recently got engaged or whatever. So planning to marry. But because he didn't have a will, didn't set up any bank accounts or whatever to do the transfer on death and so forth, didn't set up anything to just do the whole ceremony
Mhm.
process, his fiance and my cousin didn't get anything because of his death. It had to go directly to my grandmother because she was like still alive, so it went to next of kin.
Mhm.
If he had went on and just said like, "Hey, I want to marry you," and just did it, it would have been fine.
Mhm.
And it only costs like less than $50 to get a marriage license, and
Yeah.
they will marry you right there in the courthouse after 3 days. Like, just do it. You don't.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
I was
hold
like, I know we're supposed to be budgeted, but
on.
whatever.
No. This is good because I want to kind of, because for our time, I want to ask you this
Oh,
question real
sorry.
quick since we're talking about this, because we got to get ready to end the show. How do you feel about? Because I hear this a lot from single guys, like, I don't want the government in our business when it comes
Mhm.
to our marriage. Like, how do you feel about that? Is that valid, or is that kind of like what they call it, gaslighting? Or, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
what are your thoughts on that?
Um, it's it's valid in the sense that again it goes back to your belief. So marriage doesn't mean that you have to actually change your name and all this extra stuff. Government, yes, is just being it's marriage is a business at the end of the day. So yes, do your prenups because you need to know the exit plan, the exit strategy in case things don't go well. Make sure you get your prenup. So, and even if you're already married and you listen to this, go on and get your postnup. It's okay. It's it's okay. Now, the thing about it, I could tell you this from my experience is that I had some money in my retirement account, and I'm trying to move it over to my self-directed. When they heard when I was married, they was like, "Oh, now we need your wife signing off." I'm like, "What?" Because she wasn't there when I made this money. They was like, "Well, you're married now, so you can't even move anything. I can't touch it." So unless she actually signs on it, I was like, "I don't need her in all my transactions. Just move my money inside the same account." But that's a whole nother story. So when it comes to that, set up your plans and the way how you can keep the government out of it. It's just going to do your, like I said, the transfer on death, pay on death, set up your will and your trust. You can have all that set up. So you can do things without the government being involved. It's just to make sure that your assets are taken care of. So that's really what it is. It's just a transfer of assets. So your life insurance policies, you can actually have the trust as a beneficiary or have your beneficiary set in and make sure that you change those as time changes.
Got you. Q, what? Q, I'm looking at your face. What you got to say?
No, I think those are all really good points, to be honest with you. I know we brought up in one of our previous episodes about the prenup and the postnup
Hmm.
because we thought, I know I wasn't familiar with postnups. So I think it's really good. I like the fact that he just kind of eased that in there because it can be really taboo for people to hear it or be uncomfortable or, around sharing or expressing the value or the interest in that. So I think that's really good. We had a whole dialogue around that, but I think it's good. I think that, again, if the plan is to be together and be successful, you want to account for what happens when it isn't, because sometimes, life changes, but you also want to, like you said, and I'm really big on, because I'm actually studying to get my insurance license. So I really believe deeply in, thank you. I also really believe deeply in just making sure that people, because I've buried so many of my family members who did not have anything in place, it's a big deal for me. I really think it's important, and I think even the more, to be educated around trusts and like you said POD, and I just think these are some really good terms that you're throwing around for us all if we're not aware, because some of this I'm definitely learning today. Thank you, Mr. Anthony,
Oh,
despite the
you're
whole
welcome.
hateration of the A names. Um, but anyway, where were we? Oh, yeah. So, really good information. No, really good information, really for us to consider. And I think too, just really, I'm going to wrap it up with this is just, to remember we're all adults here. And we've all had, I want to say I'm speaking for many of us. We've had some experiences that were less than favorable. But I believe, again, Sean, I always say, I believe one of God's best advice to, or commands to us, if you will, was to be fruitful and multiply. And that's because we don't do well with division. We really don't. We manage it and we think we okay, but we don't do well with division. And I think that these things that you spoke about today puts us in a position to continually multiply and be intentional about what we have multiplied. So you got my vote.
Oh, thank you.
I hear you. Anthony, thank you so much for your time. Let everyone know how they can get in touch with you, the podcast, all that good stuff.
Yeah. So again, my name is Anthony Weaver, host of the About That Wallet podcast. Go live every Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I do pre-recorded shows that are released at 2:45 a.m. every Tuesday. So I actually have like different financial experts that come through. And again, I'm actually focusing on the sandwich generation. So people with kids and also caretakers for their parents. And it's only 23% of those in the Black and Brown community. So understanding that is that you can reach me at About That Wallet on pretty much all the platforms. I even got it on Blue Sky as well. So you can go to Twitter, X, whatever you have it, even fan base, I'm on there. So just hit me up, but I am most active on Instagram.
When we were talking about the finances, he just did not like it. It just irked him. And he made the comment and he said, I just don't understand why I gotta work all these hours and make this money and pay these people all my money. And I was like, well, you talk what people talking about the light bill people? Wait a minute now. That's a service. We got to pay for the service. You go to work and you provide a service. And if them people don't give you your check, both of us going up there. It's the same thing.
Because it's true.
It's the same thing. But I'm saying when I heard that I should have been in a space to really receive it and not let the fact that, oh, I really want to be a wife. I've been asked to be a wife. Like we should have had those conversations to know whether we were on the same page or not. And I can be honest that there were a lot of conversations that my ex-husband and I did not have.
Hi, I'm Clarissa from Love Fearlessly. I want to tell you about the products we create with faith and purpose in mind. At Love Fearlessly, we design biblical affirmation cards, journals, and wall art to encourage you and keep God's promises front and center in your life. These are more than just beautiful items. They're tools to help you stay rooted in scripture, speak life over yourself, and create an atmosphere of faith in your home. Whether you're starting your day with affirmations, journaling your prayers, or decorating your space with God's truths, our products are here to remind you that His love and promises never fail. So if you're ready to bring more faith and encouragement into your daily life, check us out. At Love Fearlessly, we're here to help you live boldly in God's love.
What's up, Bravehearts community? This is Sean Heineman, your premier pre-engagement coach, back with another segment of It's Scary to Remarry, inspiring you to love fearlessly with my co-host, Aquila Maddox. What's up, Q?
Nothing much. How y'all doing?
I am good. I am good. This is round two. I'm excited about today's guest. One of my favorite topics because I need a little schooling in this.
Listen,
Talking about financial goals as a couple, how to get on the same page. Help us, Jesus, because your boy is. What I'm saying, I'm trying to be Dave Ramsey, slight, little bit, but we
we
got to
all
special
get
guest
our
with us.
coin together.
Hey, man, got to get that money right.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, because God is for that. My infamous be fruitful and multiply,
Yeah.
because God don't want us broke. You know what I mean? Like I just really believe deeply in my heart. So when two are coming together and we still ain't doing good, that's a problem. Let her help us, Jesus. Let her help us. I'm ready.
Amen. Amen. Today's guest is a mother of three boys, a financial professional, and someone who has walked the difficult road of divorce and come out stronger. We're going to talk about that as well. She has a solid foundation in education and later transition into entrepreneurship and coaching in the health and wellness space, helping women, specifically mothers, lose their physical, mental, and emotional weight. While in education, she moved to ed tech and ed tech sales, gaining valuable experience in leadership and growth. Divorce reshaped her life in ways she never expected, pushing her to redefine her future emotionally, financially, and as a parent. She believed in healing from the inside out, creating a solid financial foundation and embracing new beginnings with confidence. She's here to share her story, the lessons she learned, and how she rebuilt her life with purpose, faith, and resilience. Bravehearts community, let's show some love to Jasmine Burns. How are you doing, Jasmine?
I am doing well. I'm doing well. Thank you so much for having me. I'm super excited to be here. Super excited to be here.
Oh
We are
yeah.
glad to have you. We are so glad. And I had to just make sure I tell other people, I just want y'all to pretend she's on the runway. Okay. Because your girl is fly.
Thank
Baby
you.
with the blonde, honey. She got the pink shadow, pink shirt, baby. She's bringing the energy. She's bringing beauty.
all the
And
time.
she's bringing intelligence. What more do you want?
All the time. Gotta give it to him. Gotta give it to him.
So I'm ready for everything she's giving because she was giving before she opened her mouth. It's what the kids say. It's giving.
It's good.
She's giving.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
For
Absolutely.
sure. For those who are listening to this via podcast, you're gonna have to watch this on YouTube. You're gonna have to watch it because Jasmine is doing it. You got to make sure
Thank
you
you.
catch the
Thank you.
video.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jasmine, I want to jump into this topic about financial goals as a couple. But first of all, I want to ask you who inspired you to become the woman that you are today?
You know, that's a great question, but I would have to rephrase that because it wasn't necessarily a who, it was a what. And the what was life. It's
Oh,
It was life and life's lessons. And
okay.
there were a lot of who's who played parts in life and life's lessons, but it was life. Just going through different experiences, taking on different challenges. I do believe that we're all put here on earth to experience things and share our experience with others so that God's will could be done. You know, we all have different assignments. And I with that believe that some of us are some of God's strongest soldiers. And I happen to be in one of those lines. I happen to be one of those, and just because I know he's given me the gift of communication, and so with that, I just experience life, take life as it is, learn from it, and then I just regurgitate it, so that somebody out there can hear my story, share my experiences, whether that is relatability for them, and give them a sense of like safety, or know that somebody else has gone through what they've gone through, or prevent somebody from going through something that they don't have to do, that they don't have to go through. So it wouldn't be a who, it would be a what, and that what would be life.
That's valid. That's valid. I mean, listen, Linda. That's valid.
Love it.
Amen. For sure. For sure. Yeah, because life be lifing sometimes. And
For real.
I get it, going through a divorce and I love that answer.
Mhm.
Like you say, sometimes it's just those situations. You just be like, all right, God.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Amen. So you've been through a divorce and rebuilt your financial life.
Mhm.
What lessons did that experience teach you about financial communication in a relationship?
Ah, it's important. You know, sometimes I don't know if you guys have experienced this, but I know me and a lot of my friends have experienced the fact that um, one of the main things that break down relationships, marriages, is finances. Okay. And so I can say that that was one of the main factors that played a key into the reason why my ex-husband and I got divorced. Thank God it wasn't anything like infidelity or anything like that, but it was finances, and it was not being on the same page financially. Okay. And people, we marry for love, for sometimes for all the wrong reasons, and we don't really take a look at the things that really matter, like the things that are really going to propel you and transition you through life. And finances happen to be one of those things. And when you're not on the same page financially, that could take a toll because, especially if you don't share those same values, those same morals when it comes to finances, then everything is going to be off. Decisions are going to be off. What's most important is going to be off. What needs to be used here, there, how we build, and what structures we build with, what that looks like for the children, it's going to all be off because the finances are really the foundation or a big part of the foundation of any relationship, especially when you're talking about building life together. So, yeah, when how that has really shaped, or how finances shaped our relationship, and the reason why we got to where we were is that we just weren't on the same page. And I knew it from early on, but well, hindsight is 2020. Let's be clear about that.
Okay.
Okay. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
so when we look back at it, I saw it, I could see it while back. I'm one of those
More
ones.
clearly. More clearly.
Absolutely. Because
Mhm.
I'm one of those ones I get paid. I used to get paid. When I get paid, all of my bills get paid. Okay. When all of my bills get paid, then we can do everything else. My husband, not so much so. He was a free spirit, he was a free spirit in that we got the money, we're gonna pay the bills. Now, if some over here gotta go lacking, then we good. And I'm like, no, 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 no. We gotta pay that first. And so when you're not on the same page like that, um, and especially if it does something to your spirit to even try to get on the same page, then there becomes secrecy. Then there becomes, oh, I'm doing this or I'm hiding this on the side. Or I'm just not going to pay this, but I'm not going to say anything and I'll just deal with it when it comes. Like those types of things happen when you're not on the same page financially. And that's kind of what happened in my marriage.
I feel like you was looking in my window too, though.
Oh, for real,
I was
girl.
looking at my window. No, because seriously, I was married and I got married a second time trying to be what I thought was more mature. But
Yeah.
that circumstance, literally, it didn't last that long, but it was over the finances. We now here's the truth. I learned some things that really didn't that showed me we weren't the best partners anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But what made a decision that was very difficult become easy was the finances.
Yeah.
It was difficult to leave, but when and sometimes people spend too much time, Sean, talking about 50-50.
Yeah.
But too many people spend too much time talking about, who's per se paying what.
Yeah.
I tell people that's kind of like your medical file. It's your business. Well,
Yeah.
everybody don't have to be out here in the public
Absolutely.
forum talking about how y'all manage y'all finances, and nor do we all have to agree. Okay,
Right.
be grown and y'all figure out y'all stuff and what work for your household and y'all's income
Mm-hmm.
and tax brackets and whatever y'all got going.
Mm-hmm.
But what I do know is what we do come into agreement with, right? It says, how can two walk together
Absolutely.
except they agree? We ain't gonna continue to walk together because we don't agree
Because
here.
we don't
And
agree.
that was a very difficult place to be in, sister. So I understand for real, for real. That and for those who don't get it, I was happy. I was happy with looking broke, meaning all my bills paid and maybe I can't go to the movies this week.
Thanks.
I was okay with it. You know what I mean? I did not get the shoes I may have wanted, but my light's gonna be on. Amen.
Right. Right. Right.
Sure.
And if I may add to that, even going through the transition, I took a lot of financial hits. A lot of financial hits after me and my ex-husband separated, because I transitioned back into single motherhood, and then transitioning back into single motherhood, mind you, a little while, well, during our separation, I got laid off from my job, never had gotten laid off before. That took a hit and a toll on just me personally. Because I felt like I was in a transition or a time of like loss. Now I see now that God was stripping things from me, so because He wanted me to get to a different level. But being in that transition of loss, losing the income or the little bit of income that was there, that really played a big part in how I move through life. Because when I don't care what nobody say, when your finances aren't straight, you're not straight.
You're
You
not okay.
can't think straight.
You
When
can't.
when you don't know when you don't know where the next funds are coming from to pay your light bills and you got these kids looking at you, baby, that's a whole different feeling.
It is.
That's an entirely different feeling. And so those are things that I had to deal with even in the transition, and that really, opened my mind up to how important just that financial stability is, whether you're in a relationship or not. But I really got to see and experience it, what it looked like, in a marriage when it was, during good times and everything was great, in a marriage when the finances were falling apart because, layers were falling off of people and the real true, people were kind of showing up, and then what that looked like through the transition of separation and into divorce, back into single motherhood. And at this time, now I have 3 children. Whereas when I was in single motherhood with one child living in Southwest Georgia and the cost of living was not what it is in Atlanta, that was a
It's different.
totally different shift.
Yeah.
So I got an opportunity to experience all of that. And it is crazy to say I'm glad that I did, because I'm able to speak on topics like this now because I've experienced it
Yeah.
like firsthand. This is not something I read in a book. This is something I done laid in my bed and cried about. This is something I got on my knees and prayed about. And this is just something that I had to rebuild in my life. Finances are super important.
Can we be honest though? One of the things I learned too is that everybody, so here's the truth of the matter. Everybody don't have the same convictions, Jasmine.
No.
So what we may feel like is a common thing isn't a common thing with everybody. So your
Absolutely.
husband may not have had that same conviction to feel like, and it just reminded me while I'm over here agreeing with you, because I do agree, but then the Holy Spirit was like, but not really. Like
Mhm.
when we say we're not good when you're not good financially, well, there's some people where somewhere the wiring has either been improperly wired,
Mhm.
or there might be something's going on where you're not understanding that there should actually be a discomfort.
Mhm.
Your kids are not doing well, but the reality is, like with anything, whether it's mental illness, whether it's just irresponsibility, right? Because give you an example, a kid doesn't have a conviction about an outlet. That's why they
Absolutely.
try to stick stuff in it.
Absolutely.
We have a conviction because we understand the severity of the consequence.
Yeah.
Everybody's not moving through life understand the severity of consequences, no matter what they are. And so that's an unfortunate truth of the matter when we co-partner and co-labor with our family, with people. It has to mean the same. If
Yeah.
they don't have the same conviction and values and standards, this is where we become, this is where literally we become frustrated with
Absolutely.
the person that we're with. Because I thought that, and what we think is if it looked like a duck, it quacked like a duck, and it's a duck. Meaning, if it looked like an adult, it talks
Yeah.
like an adult, it's an
Yeah.
adult, and it's doing all the adulting things.
Yeah.
But then you get intimate, it meaning closer to them and really understanding what their life looks like and the decisions that they're making. And that's when I was like, well, I know that I'm not as rich as I want to be. Amen.
Come on now.
And I've
Not
got
yet.
elegant taste, but my budget is saying thou shalt not go. Okay. And although I'm, contending with this, I'm a yield to the budget. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? But
Absolutely.
some people not yielding to the budget, Jasmine.
And you're right. And I totally agree. And you said something, they don't have that conviction. But I think this is where those important conversations and discernment come into play. Because you need to talk those things out. You need to be honest, and you need to have a certain discernment about yourself where you can see, grasp, and have a close relationship with God. Because I'm gonna be honest, I had a relationship with God, but not like the one I have now
Come on.
when I got married, you know, to be perfectly honest. Because
Yes.
I can recall specifically sitting in counseling, marriage counseling, and my ex-husband said something to the effect of, we were talking about finances. We were going through the book, we were talking about finances. We always had homework. And one day when we were talking about the finances, he just did not like it. It just irked him. And he made the comment and he said, I just don't understand why I gotta work all these hours and make this money and pay these people all my money. And I was like, well, you talk what people talking about, the light bill people? Wait a minute now. That's a service. We got to pay for the service. You go to work and you provide a service. And if them people don't give you your check, both of us going up there. It's the same thing.
Yes, it's true.
It's the same thing. But I'm saying when I heard that I should have been in a space to really receive it and not let the fact that, oh, I really want to be a wife, I've been asked to be a wife. Like, we should have had those conversations to know whether we were on the same page or not. And I can be honest that there were a lot of conversations that my ex-husband and I did not have because I love that man and I wanted to get married. He asked me to get married and I said yes. And I just knew the Lord sent him to me to get married. And that's what I was going to do. I was going to fulfill the Lord's will. And it was probably mine, hindsight. Hindsight.
Listen. Well,
Because
let's talk about them flags then. What's the early signs
Again,
that other couples can probably identify? Like, just even if it's your own personal experience, give us some of those early signs that couples are probably missing. That's they're waving. If something's waving in the relationship, saying we need to have these conversations.
Mhm.
And then once you give me those signs, I want to know, what do you recommend for course correction?
Just paying attention, to be honest. It's nothing grandioso, but it's just paying attention. What are your spending habits?
Mm.
What do you like to spend your money on? How do you spend your money? What is at the top of your priority list when you get paid? When it comes to lifestyle, are we living outside of our means or are we living within our means? And what does that look like for you? When you see your partner deviating or doing something different than you, then that's a time to question. Not to question as in, oh, this might not be right, but hey, baby, why did you do that? You know, we we need some milk, but you went and you went about some lottery tickets. What I don't understand, you know?
Well, they were thinking that if I bought lottery tickets, we can get more milk.
Exactly. So and though I get that, baby, we need the milk now. Like
I know,
we got the money and
yeah.
you can go buy the gallon of milk, right?
Yeah.
But if you go buy that ticket, it's 50-50, even if it's that, whether you're gonna get the money back or not. You know what I'm saying? So it's those things. What are those spending habits that you guys have? What when you see that basically that is just off, that is different in any way, if it does not align with what you think or what you may agree with or what you may have been taught, that's a means for conversation. Even your family, what does the family dynamic look like that you come from, you know? Because we are really just beings who have evolved out of our environment, whether good or bad. And we are working with the data that we've collected over through life. And that's what we're working with, the data and the tools that we've been given through life.
Mhm.
So what does spending look like in your family before me? If it was, what does your mother and your father dynamic look like? Like with my ex-husband, my mother-in-law, oh, great woman. Love her to death. But she paid most of the bills, or managed, let me say that, managed the bills, you know? My father-in-law, he worked, both of them worked, but my mother-in-law, she structured everything. And so now when I look back on it, oh, you was expecting, oh, that, oh, yeah. You know, it makes sense now. So what does that family dynamic, first of all, what are those habits? What are those spending habits that they have? What does the family dynamic look like prior to? And then the third thing is when in question or when having those conversations, what is the demeanor or the response to how you guys are handling those conversations? Because I know for me personally, oh, talking about finances was a hard conversation. And I just felt like it shouldn't have been. It's simple. We have a household to take care of. We got children to take care of. We both work. We got the bills. We know how much the bills are. And if it's a challenge to have a meaningful and needed and necessary conversation around a topic that's the foundation to the relationship, the structure of the family, that's a sign.
Yeah.
That's a sign.
Is Jasmine, is that a deal breaker when it comes to a potential relationship? Say this guy, he has everything, but the financial mindset is off. Do you let the relationship go, or is that something that maybe
No, listen, I think that's to each his own.
okay, yeah.
But for me, what I would say is the only way it wouldn't be a deal breaker is if he's willing to allow me to help.
Mm,
If he's willing to allow me to, and when I mean help, I mean, what are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? If the finances and managing the finances, if it's my strength, then allow me to do that. Then it's not a deal breaker.
gotcha.
Because we're not going to be, I don't believe that couples, sometimes opposites attract.
Yeah.
We do know that there is a give and take everywhere. We do know that we have strengths and we have weaknesses, and that's the good thing about partnership. Okay. So I know in my marriage, we talked about that. Baby, you know what? Let me just handle the finances. Okay. It's not like, my husband was just working and I wasn't. No, we were both working. And plus I was running a business. So let's just put everything together. Okay. Let me do everything. Let me just, when I say everything, let me manage the bills. You don't have to worry about it. Okay. You have your set amount of money that you want to keep to yourself. I don't care what you do with that money.
Right.
Me and my ex-husband, we had our personal accounts. We
Mhm.
had a joint account where all the money went for the bills, and then there was a savings account. So once all the money is in the pot for what we're paying for the bills, we should be straight. But when you start putting your money in the pot,
Oh, Jesus.
now we got a problem.
Mm-hmm.
We have a problem. We have an issue. And so when we're trying to correct and we're trying to course correct because we see that finances are an issue and there's more money going out than it is coming in, and the suggestion is made, allow me to help. And you agree that I am better with managing the money, but you don't allow me to help, deal breaker. I can't do that. There's nothing I can do because what I'm trying to do is help us. But if we can't be mature enough to say, you're right, even if the shoe's on the other foot, my husband was very calm mannered, very reserved. And that was a quality that I wish I had because baby, some start to go wrong. I'm about to panic. Him, lay back. He lay back. So he was the manager of the temperaments.
Yes.
You know, he kept it calm. Hey, it's good. It's all right. It's cool. Okay, cool. We good. But on the other hand, on the flip side, you ain't about to make that man feel like a 13-year-old teenager.
Yeah.
By saying, hey, allot this money and let me help you manage yours because there's more money going. So now when it comes to something like that, for me in this age, if you want to allow me to help and you know you're not good managing money, it's definitely a deal breaker because we're gonna go broke.
Yeah.
Something's gonna go wrong. And I can't have that. I need security.
I hear you. Yeah. Because at this age, for me, I look at things before I purchase them, you know, at this age, right? And I'm just thinking, how many hours does it take for me if I purchase this? How many hours would I have to work if I bought this?
That's good.
And so I'm like, you know what? I like it, but I don't want to have to work overtime.
Now, even with that, what can I do to make the extra money? Not even the hours. Like, is there another side hustle? Is another business? You know, a lot of business owners talk about how they create different assets or multiple assets to take care of expenses. Are we doing that? Are we on that tip too? Because if you don't want to do that, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Like, it don't look that good. I don't feel like working no extra hours. I don't want to do another side hustle. And I don't want another job. I don't want to do a business. I just want to do this. Okay. Okay then. So I totally agree.
For sure.
I think in addition to, if I can be honest, there are times in adult lives, and hopefully this is to help someone to really sit with themselves. I remember, and in fact, I was talking to my brother probably a couple of days ago, and he was admitting to being in a season like this. But Jasmine, there was a season, I'm a pretty chipper person. I think God is the bomb.com and I'm all the things. However, I entered a season of life unforeseen to my own self, which was called depression, due to a sister who lost, who committed suicide.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate it. But we've come leaps and bounds, and I'm very grateful. But one of the things that went to hell was my finances, literally, because I really just became, I lost all desire, will, and ability to just manage. Like I understand being in my right mind. I understand being able to have discipline. Like the value of that today means so much because I remember when I couldn't keep my word to myself, when I said, okay, this is the week. I'm going to make sure that I do this. I'm going to pay these things on time. I'm going to do this. And one little thing could be off. Let's say at the time I lived in Dallas and the electricity, it just seemed like it was way more expensive being in Dallas. And therefore, like the bill could go astronomically high. It was just crazy. And anything that changed, I was in such a sensitive state that it would just make me like deflate. I was just like, dang, forget it, you know? And so my point is I was in this very bad place. Like I said, I let everything go to crap. Everything went to kaputs, letting bills be late, just keeping the basics together. A roof over my head, my car and food, and I have a child to make sure she's good and she gets to school. Just very basic stuff. So in that season though, I remember posting about it. I didn't want you to talk about money. I didn't want you to talk about finances. I didn't check my mail, voicemail. I didn't check any emails. I wasn't checking anything that was probably holding me accountable to the very adult things I needed to do. So my brother was telling me, and I'm grateful because I've recovered from that. And I'm like, on top of things. Everything is great. I feel so much normal and back to the person that I've been. But I want to talk to that because there are some people in relationships and you are pulling the relationship to a place that it doesn't have to be if you sit with being honest. I haven't done it. I took a pause, but I do relationship coaching, and I'll talk to couples around finances, but from the real point one of the things of just being able to acknowledge those moments that some people won't say, and I've spoken to couples who one of the persons are probably going through something internally, and they're using spending as a way to fill the gap.
Mm-hmm.
They're buying things to buy emotions. And when people say stuff like money don't buy you happiness, we could go way too deep into that because that's really not true.
Mm-hmm.
People actually do buy things to try to buy happiness or the endorphins that make them feel differently than they felt prior to the purchase.
Yeah.
So that is a real place. And for some people, they say, well, it doesn't last. That you didn't say money doesn't buy happiness and it lasts. You said money doesn't buy happiness and it can't. So money can also buy happiness in the way of me knowing my bills are paid is a buying happiness for me.
Absolutely.
In my right mind, I want to say more emotionally stable place, because in my emotionally unstable place, girl, me and DoorDash was dating.
Cool. That was good because, and
Yeah.
Jasmine, I want to ask you that how does that how do you manage that in a relationship where someone is their therapy is retail?
Mm.
How do you manage it, especially if you're married to someone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how do you manage that?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know because that's one of the things that I feel like I would have to be in a situation like that. Now, what I can say to that is over this course of just going through this transition, like I said, I experienced loss, not in the sense of a person. So I don't know what that feels like, and I would never speak to it like I did. But I didn't realize that what I was going through was grief.
Absolutely.
I didn't realize it because I had never lost anything before. I am fortunate enough to still have all of my siblings. I'm fortunate enough to still have my parents.
Mm-hmm.
No one close to me has passed, right?
Amen.
Everything that I have ever wanted to do, have ever wanted to purchase, I had been able to until this season. And so in this season, I almost lost my house.
Mm.
In this season, my car was up for repossession twice.
Yeah.
In this season, my bills got 4 months behind. And it wasn't because the money was coming in, it's just because I didn't have it. That's why rebuilding and building my finances. This is why I'm able to speak to this, because in this season, that's what happened. Also in this season, it's like I was losing everything, but wait. Because the pounds came from somewhere.
Wait.
Okay. I was losing everything but this weight. Okay. So I gained about 20 times, about 20 pounds, right? And so I was talking to my therapist. Shout out to my therapist. Shout out to therapy. Okay. We need Jesus. We also need therapists. Okay.
Man. Reach.
Period. All right. And so one thing she told me was that, there are certain outlets and releases that we need as humans, right? And some of us cope with, and some of those releases, like for me, it was the gym. I'm an avid gym goer, but even at this time, the gym wasn't even a release for me. Okay? Then on top of that, right? I didn't have the money to spend, so there was no retail therapy.
Yeah.
Okay. She also got real with me because, sexually, that's a release.
It is.
That wasn't happening either. So what did I turn to? Food.
Yeah.
The only thing that I had that could help me cope with that was the only release and I had never been an emotional eater. I had never done that. That was never my case. Now, I've always been a tooth chipper, but just to emotionally eat, that has never been me. And before I knew it, I was at 190 pounds, 198 pounds. I was like, whoa, 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 you're pushing 200. What's going on? Okay.
Really?
And I tried to
Wow.
tell myself, oh, it's muscle too, girl. You know it ain't no muscle. When you was bodybuilding, you was 142 pounds solid.
She
Yeah.
said it's muscle.
It ain't muscle. So, and I had to talk to my therapist about it, excuse me. And she said, that's your only release right now.
Mm.
So it would make sense.
Yeah.
It would make sense. So with someone who uses, excuse me, y'all, with someone who would use retail therapy, I wouldn't know how to help unless I was in that situation.
But I think you said it. You need therapy because it's really a symptom to a deeper issue. And that's really what I was getting at, is that sometimes people's negligence in their finances is really tied to something else. That's really the short version of what I was given a little depth to understand that I didn't just wake up one day and become, but if somebody would have dated me in that season, they would have been like, so you mean to tell me your bills is late, but this DoorDash is just steady running to this door?
Yeah.
To the door faithfully. You hear me?
Yeah.
But it was the inability to really be, on top of things where I could cook a meal and blah, 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 blah. And those are some things, right? The discipline was just out the door. So I think the answer would really be what you just said. You just said everybody needs Jesus and
therapy.
Oh, amen. That would
Period.
be that's what I really believe. They would have to tap into what's really causing the pain point that makes them not that's making them refrain from checking the mail. Because like I said, I was in that boat is why I'm saying that. I was in a boat like that before.
Yeah.
Thank you, God, it ain't my continual lifestyle.
Right.
But I was in a boat like that where I was like, if something was wailing up for me, if you got to talk, if you was saying something like, girl, I just thank God I pay my bills on time. Girl, my whole body would become flushed with embarrassment. You wouldn't know, or maybe you would. I would turn red, Sean. Like I would probably literally just everything that I'm feeling, embarrassed, ashamed, would show through my body. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah, that's real. And I'm glad we're having this conversation because I'm sure it's definitely going to help someone. And I want to take a moment from our sponsor real quick, is that Love Fearlessly Intimacy Card Deck. Intimacy card deck that my wife and I created. 30 questions to ask your spouse or your significant other, even if you're on a date. Get to know somebody on a deeper level, because these questions, you're going to find out a lot about that person by asking these questions. So, Jasmine, I want to pull a card from the intimacy card deck, and I want to ask you a question.
Okay, let's do it.
All right, let's go. How do you manage conflicts or disagreements within a relationship?
Ooh. You want the truth? Okay, just playing.
The truth.
I'm a communicator.
Okay.
Like I believe in talking it out. I believe in addressing it. Let's address the elephant in the room. But I also acknowledge that we all do that in our own time and in our own way. So we have to be on the same page and come to an agreement with what that looks like. But I think the simplest way to do that and to handle, disagreements and conflict is to talk about it. And also understand that you may have to leave that conversation to agree to disagree. But what is the common goal? What are we trying to reach? That's the first point. What are we trying to reach? And then what's going to be the avenue that we reach that goal? And if we keep it at that, then we should be good.
Because you're a team.
Yes, because we're a team. Like we're fighting the problem, not each other. Yeah.
Yeah. That's good, because there's the marriage class my wife and I attended. There was there's a conflict resolution, like these 5 steps that you go through, that you talk about, and then you come to a resolution. Because sometimes people think that maybe I'm giving too much, or maybe you're taking more than but it's like, how can we both walk away satisfied? There was a quote that said, learning, I can't remember what it is. Oh, compromise is dividing a cake in such a way that everyone believes they have the biggest piece.
That's good.
Yeah, so you just got to make it work together, where both parties feel like they're walking away
with a win.
with the cup full.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense. I like it.
What did one
Yeah.
of our guests say? I ain't gonna lie. They said, I don't like compromise. I think I wrote the notes.
Oh, I think I remember. Yeah, because a lot of times people talk about compromise, and
Yeah.
and I don't know if compromise is really I don't know if that's the best word, because sometimes people do
Yeah.
feel like somebody else might have a little more than the other person.
Yeah. I can't think of it right now, but basically it was a very unique way of I'm trying to see if because I thought I wrote it down. But anyway, it was a way that she articulated it that was like, she's like, I don't really like compromise. I like collaboration.
Collaboration,
Oh,
yeah,
I like that.
yeah.
She
That
was
was
like, I don't
April.
like yeah, huh?
That was April.
Yes,
Yeah.
she was phenomenal too. But that nugget right there was so good, and the reason why I think it was also relevant.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean we get rid of compromise altogether, but what made it also relevant was the fact that sometimes the truth of the matter is that maybe we really won't walk away with the biggest, or feeling like we're walking away with the biggest, or should I say equality? We won't
Right.
walk away feeling equally good around whatever that compromise is. And so when she
Right.
said, for you to, collaborate, then you understand that like this is about a give.
Yeah.
It's not just about a receive, it's about a
Yeah.
give. That's what I took from it. So I was just like, that's relevant also.
Yeah.
There are moments where compromising is definitely the winner, and that's what you need to do. But I think there are times that the collaboration is saying, I'm here to give because of the greater, the greater interest here.
Right. Absolutely. I love that.
What's a good financial tip you got for the couples? You got something? Give it to us.
First of all, let's get on the same page. Okay. Let's make sure we're on the same page financially. And
What's a good
then
page to be on?
how was a good page? First of all, how are we going? What do we have to sustain? Every What do we have to sustain? First and foremost.
No, honey.
Okay. That's the foundation. What do we have to sustain? Then what are we trying to build? Okay. What do we have to sustain? That's going to come through usually your everyday work, your everyday business, things of that nature. How are we going to allocate these things? Again, how are we going to live? What is that going to look like? Who's going to do what? Is it going to be 50-50? Is it going to be 70-30? What is it going to be? Keep that inside of your home. Now, one thing I did really appreciate about my marriage is there were some things about our marriage that was just us. We just did what was best for us. And you said that earlier, Q. You said you just got to do what's best for you and your household. And that may not look like everybody else's.
Does it matter?
My next husband, we may start 50-50, but he may put me in my soft girl era. I don't know.
Yes.
And maybe he gonna catch me in my soft girl era because God put me in my own soft girl era. He did it for me.
Yeah.
He just got to continue to carry the torch. But what do we have to sustain? And what does that look like? What does that vehicle to do that look like? And what are the characteristics of that? Okay. Then what are we trying to build? Okay. And then if we're trying to build and we're talking about generational wealth, what are the vehicles that we're going to use to do that?
That's good.
Because, we have several different vehicles. We have investments, we have real estate. And my ultimate favorite is life insurance. Because a lot of people don't talk about life insurance. A lot of people that look like us don't even know. Like my mama's from Southwest Georgia. She's always had life insurance. We've always had life insurance. And when I got into the financial space, and specifically started learning about life insurance and educating our people on life insurance, right? When I went and I did my mom's insurability or her insurance need, and I did my insurance need, she was like, why you need over $1 million in life insurance? A funeral don't cost that much. I say, because that's not all life insurance is for.
Yeah.
Like you can literally utilize life insurance to build generational wealth, not in the, it started to sound like a fad, like a thing, but no, that's a real thing. That's how the wealthy keep getting wealthy.
Yeah.
Through life insurance. You know, so what are the vehicles that we're going to utilize to build that wealth for our family?
I love it.
And whatever those vehicles are, do we already know it? If we don't, how are we going to learn it together? And once we learn it, how are we going to pass it down to our children? Because we not only want to pass down the wealth, but we want to pass down the knowledge of how we built the wealth.
Amen. I
So
love
that's
it.
what I would say.
Jasmine, the pink is fire, and so is that wisdom, sis. That
Thank you.
Because
studying for my insurance license.
Come on, sis. Yes.
I am, girl.
If you need any help, girl, let me know. I'll help you out.
I'm about to send you a little message on the IG. Okay. But I love you and I love everything that you just said because it's the truth, right? That's the simplest thing. But I also really, really love that you said, what do we not know and how we, and talking about the truth of us learning it, because many times people assume, we all assume in some real fairy tale-ish way that when we meet again, if it look like an adult, it quack like an adult, it's an adult.
Yeah.
And you just assume all adults have equal playing field of information, and we do not.
You're not.
You know, and to your point of your mom saying, why do you need all this life insurance? There's trusts, there are. Interestingly, my mom used to say all the time, so I have neither of my parents, but my anymore. But my mom would say all the time, she was like, the Bible says a wise man leaves an inheritance for his children's children, but nobody talk about how the children's children go get the money, because this $3.50 I got ain't gonna last the children, let alone the children's children.
Right, absolutely.
So to your point of knowing the vehicles, like everybody don't get that in life insurance. This is one of my passions too, which is why I want, because I'm like, our miseducation around life insurance is about you got a fancy burial and it stops there. You know, there's so much more. We'll stay there for another day. But the point is that the learning part together, like, can we be committed to recognizing we don't have enough information? I just love you, girl.
You.
And we can wrap this show up with a bow now, because she already pretty and we got the bow.
Thank you.
Listen, Linda.
And you know, the funny thing, because I tell people, and I joke around, but I'm kind of being serious. I'm like, how do you have insurance on your phone and not on your life?
In your car and not on your life?
Why you say that out loud, Sean?
I'm sorry. I said that out loud, huh?
Period. Because it's the truth. Like, think about it. You don't get I was in a car accident on January 23rd. Car pulled out in front of me. Me and my son come from the gym, right? I couldn't use the car insurance until that happened. However, I have a policy that I can pull out. I have a policy that I actually pulled out to pay a bill that somebody left here for me to pay. Let's be clear.
Hold on, say that one more time slowly.
I have utilized life insurance while I'm still living. Life insurance is the only insurance that you can use without something happening. And I said, I literally pulled from my life insurance to pay a bill that somebody left here for me to pay.
So listen, Linda, all I'm saying, listen, did y'all hear what she said? Because that's why I need you to do slow mo. Let's play that again. Like, the reason that we needed her to say that is because people don't realize. That's why I'm so excited about this, the day that I'll be able to have more evolved and more expanded conversation about life insurance. Because like you said, you don't even got to die, y'all, to use insurance and, you know, tax-free money. It's so good. And then meanwhile, back at the ranch, y'all could be paying all the money on your car, never have anything happen, and you feel like it's a waste.
Yeah.
But guess what is going to happen? Money back guarantee.
Come on now.
You're going to die.
Gonna die. We don't know the time or the hour.
It's gone.
But it's going to happen.
But it's going to happen. And I told my kids, I want you guys to be, because what I learned, and I know we can't run this time up, because sis, you're not going to keep us here beyond our time, because you will. And I know, and I'm going to blame you, Jasmine, because I love
I take all the blame. It's okay, but I won't.
This is good. But what I learned is this. I learned that being sad and broke is not a good mix.
No, ma'am.
So when I die, I told my kids, go on vacation with the money. I
Mhm.
want you to go. I want you to do a little retail therapy, and then I
Mhm.
want you to keep Jesus, and then get up, get real therapy also. But
Amen.
do a little, because I promise you, people don't realize, like, when I'm already at a loss and a deficit from this loved one and the gap that hole creates for me.
Yeah.
Then I got to deal with the reality of, I ain't got no money, bills to be paid. I ain't got no energy. How about that? I'm in a deficit of energy and motivation, because that was my reality. Like, I'm
Yeah.
like, dude, I'm lagging.
Yeah.
But the bills still need to be paid.
Yeah.
That's right,
And
though.
then so when you get into all of that, and now you're like, dang, I miss work, because the grievance, the time bereavement is only but a little bit of time.
Yeah.
So you got to go back to work, but you're sad and this, that, and then listen, y'all.
It's a lot.
Being sad and broke is a horrible combination, and I believe that is the equation that makes devastation. That's what I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing about it, and I'm glad you're talking about that, because even like you said, Q, about, we all going to pass, right? We're all going to die. I want my kids or my wife, I want them to have schizophrenia when I'm dead, because they can be like, "Ooh, we going to Paris?" I'm saying I lost my
Right.
husband.
Right. That's it, though.
Oh, we going to here, but my husband is gone. You know what I'm saying? I want them to be good. And like you say, because you're out of energy and you're broke, like, those things are bad. And I tell my wife, and like, when we have conversations and we talking about, goals and things that we want to achieve financially, I'm like, let's go while we got this well-oiled machine running, while the Lord is
Yes,
sustaining us in health and strength. You know what I'm saying?
yes,
So let's let,
yes.
let's make that happen while this well-oiled machine is running. Because, hey, praise the Lord for health and strength, because
Yeah.
that's real wealth right there.
That is definitely wealth also.
Yeah. Jasmine, okay, because I want to respect your time. It's getting late. I want to ask you, for couples blending families or entering a second marriage, what financial conversations absolutely needs to happen up front?
What happened?
Ooh.
First things first, what happened? Like, can we have an honest conversation about what happened and what was your role in it happening?
Ooh.
Because for me, I know going into my next relationship, that's what it's going to be. How do you handle your finances? Some of the same things that I mentioned in the beginning.
Mhm.
What is it gonna, what is this going to look like? What do we see? Do what we see as a blended family coming into a new relationship, are we on the same page? You know, how do you handle if you have children, if you have children, how are you with their mother? How are you with their father? What does finances look like between the two of you all, and how you guys co-parent? And what part, if there is a part for me to play, how would you see that happening? So we have those honest conversations about how to navigate that space. And again, just making sure that you're on the same tune and the same page about what do we need to sustain and what are we building and how do we build it.
That's so elementary, but so rich.
And and
Good.
and and what that look like for that child support? Because somebody, you know what I'm saying? What does that look like?
What do you mean?
Oh, yeah.
No, well, what I'm saying, like the child support, because I have, you know, talked to couples where
Mhm.
you get married to somebody, you have a blended family, y'all cool at first, it's like, oh, okay, praise the Lord, my man is paying his child support. But then when rough times hit y'all, and all of a sudden you mad because he has to pay child support.
Oh, you talking about that?
Yeah, I'm talking about that. You
Well,
know what
see,
I'm
I
saying?
think I think that's okay. That's a whole different conversation, because here's what I believe, and I'm just
Oh,
thinking about for me.
yeah.
If then my next husband,
Mhm.
if he has child support, I'm honestly gonna try to hopefully that we can come together where that's not an issue. But in the event that it's an issue, I am here to support my husband.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that I look at navigating children, period, is the children and their best interests come first.
Absolutely.
So if the children and their best interests come first, then we need to make sure that everything is on the up and up with the children. So if there's some sort of compromise, whatever that may be financially, if that is time, if that is space, if that is having a conversation with all adults involved to get that handled, rectified, and see what that looks like for those children, I think that's first and foremost. But I wouldn't go into, and I think at my big age, I'm probably not going to meet nobody that ain't got no kids.
True story.
You know, I'm probably not going to meet anyone who doesn't have any kids. So, if the adults cannot be mature for what that may look like, sustaining that so we don't get to that point, but in the event that that happens, if we're not on the same page about what that looks like, then it might be a no-go.
But what I'm hearing you say, though, that see, here's the deal. When Sean said this, I've heard that conversation so much. So the reason I responded that way is because when you get to the low place in your finances, Jasmine, that's when those conversations come up, which means we got to go back to the basics also of your two questions. What do we got to sustain? So if sustaining means we got to sustain not just our children in house, but the children that are out of the house, and that means what type of, what like you were talking about, what side hustle, second job, business do we need to manage, build, develop, or whatever, to where we're never in a place where we have to begin to regret taking care of the kids outside the home.
Right.
Essentially, that's what I heard Sean say.
Right.
But it's such a common conversation, and it becomes the subject matter when you're in a deficit, though.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Because you're like, dang, we already barely got enough to keep it here, and we got to pay this money out here. And that goes, so instead of elevating the income so that we don't ever have to feel the pain point of taking care of these finances for this other child, because like you said, the kids matter. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But at the end of the day, it's a real thing what he said. I thank God that wasn't my conversation, but it doesn't, but I hear it often. I hear it often. It's a real thing, but it goes back to what you said. What do we sustain? And if a person considers that equally as important as the light bill, then we need to make sure that our income covers all the things, including that.
Absolutely.
We're not at doing just enough.
Right. Right. Absolutely.
Still going to be using that. What do we got to sustain? And then what are we trying to build? Because then if they're not trying to build anything and they're just trying to sustain, that's something to be looking out for too.
Yeah, absolutely. Because
if you're trying to build and they're not, that's unequal.
You're off.
Yeah,
right. Yeah. You're not equally yoked. Right. And then if you look at prices and how things are going anyways, everything is increasing. Yep. Taxes are going up. And so if you're not even singly as a person trying to build something for you better that is going to outlast inflation or beat inflation, then that's another issue. We got to talk about that too. So.
Because Q, remember, it is, and Jasmine, I've been knowing Aquila for 10 plus years. Even when I was going through my divorce, Q, remember, you had that talk with me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so I was just grateful. And even though I was still going to pay my child support regardless, but you still reinforce, like, look, like, just do what you need to do. You know what I'm saying? Everything gonna be all right in this season. And God still covered us. You know what I'm saying? I even got to a place where I overpaid. You know what I'm saying? You know, and but whatever that's worth. But it's just those conversations that I think sometimes, you know, like you say, that we don't have in the beginning stages.
Agreed.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So Jasmine, yeah, I'm gonna have to bring you back again.
She's coming back. She's coming back.
She's coming back.
She's coming back. She like our next door neighbor at this point.
Come on now. I like it. I like it. I love it.
She got to come back. Jasmine, let everyone know how they can get in touch with you. Give us all your contact information, and I'll have everything linked in the description. But tell us a little bit more of how they can reach out to you.
Well, right now, you guys, you can just meet me on the gram at the Jasmine Reynolds. Oh, I'm sorry, not just Jasmine Reynolds. I can't believe that. That's my married name. I'm so used to saying it's the Jasmine Cherie. It's up here. The Jasmine Cherie. You can reach me on IG. I'm also on TikTok. Same thing. The Jasmine Cherie. And I also have a podcast called the House of Jazz Podcast. You can go listen to a few episodes over there as well. Yeah, that's how y'all can reach me.
I love it. Because we got to have a Jasmine in our back pocket like this.
Come on.
Okay?
Come on now.
Because y'all need to have her in your back pocket, because I'm just, I'm really, so I just want to, I just want to say this. I'm just want to speak life into everything you go to do,
Thank you. Thank you.
that you really bless people to become free from financial deficit, from lack, from fear
Yes.
of connecting with people around finances, that they begin to have a conversation of growth and maturity with you and through you,
I receive
and
it.
that you just began to allow people to get naked with
Yeah.
with their conversations around finances, so that we can grow and continually build families in
Absolutely.
our community. But I just really believe you're going to just grow even more
Thank you.
exponentially beyond what you're doing now.
Thank
I
you.
took a little tiptoe on your page. I am not really as active at this season of I'm doing.
Mhm.
I'm being a human being instead
Yeah.
of just, doing the things. But I must say that I'm just really excited for you. I really am. And I'm
Thank you.
just really believing that God is going to do some really great things, whether it's opening up coachings or group sessions, or I don't know what you're doing already. But
Mhm.
I really think the authenticity of your testimony is going to really help other people, and
Thank you.
you're going to, and the platform is going to evolve. It's not going to just be a talking platform, but it'll be more of an opportunity for people to come and get those resources, because I just know it's in you, and
Absolutely.
it's more than what we got in this little bit of a segment, and
Absolutely.
people need that.
Thank you so much. I receive it. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much. I want to acknowledge you for your transparency and your openness and your willingness to help people. Because, like Aquila said, we need these conversations. This is probably one of my favorites, because I'm glad that you were able to really hit conversations head on.
Thank
Like, for
you.
real, like we need these talks.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Especially with us in these big old ages. I'm just like, yeah, we need these talks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much for your time.
I appreciate it. And I appreciate you guys having me. It means the absolute most.